This public hearing of the Foreign Affairs and Aid Subcommittee of the Joint Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs, Defence and Trade for the inquiry into the role of Australia's International Development Program in preventing conflict. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners, the land on which each of us is joining from today. I'd like to pay my respects to elders past and present, and I also acknowledge the cultures of any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples present with us here today. This hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of the proceedings will be published on the subcommittee's webpage. I remind members of the media who may be present or listening on the web of the need to fairly and accurately report the proceedings of the subcommittee. I now invite members of the subcommittee present today to introduce themselves, as this is a virtual hearing.
I'm Shane Newman, Federal Member for Blair, Labor MP based in South East Queensland around Ipswich.
I'm Leon Rebello, the Federal Member for McPherson, based on the Southern Gold Coast, and I'm also the Deputy Chair.
And David Butt, Federal Member for Hinkler, Regional Queensland.
And I'm Susan Templeman, the Member for Macquarie for Blue Mountains.
Thank you, colleagues. Well, I now welcome representatives from the Department of Defence, including the Australian Civil Military Centre and the Australian Federal Police, to give evidence to the committee today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Robert Chugan, Acting First Assistant Secretary, International Policy for the Department of Defence.
Laura Darlington, Assistant Secretary, Indo-Pacific Infrastructure, Department of Defence.
Nicola Rosenblum, Executive Director, Australian Civil Military Centre, Department of Defence.
Marina Simoncini, Manager Global Strategy, Australian Federal Police.
Philip O'Connell, Commander Pacific, Australian Federal Police.
Thank you. Although the subcommittee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament. The giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to questions. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before making your opening statement and when responding to each question.
Robert Chugan from Department of Defence. Thank you, Chair. So the Department of Defence welcomes the invitation to attend the public hearing on the role of Australia's International Development Program in preventing conflict. As we said in our submission, Defence seeks to complement the work of the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade as the lead agency formulating and delivering Australia's official development assistance program. The recently released 2026 National Defence Strategy noted that we are in a more dangerous and unpredictable era, characterised by a more overt struggle among states where thresholds against the use of force are being eroded. We are seeing more intense strategic competition, compounding security challenges, the use of coercion and force as prominent features of statecraft, and technological advancements and change to the modern nature of warfare. In response, the government has underscored the importance of a national defence strategy with deterrence as a defence's primary strategic objective. Through a strategy of denial, Defence aims to deter any conflict before it begins, prevent any potential adversary from succeeding in coercing Australia through force, support regional security and prosperity, and uphold a favourable regional strategic balance. One important way that we do this is through investing in strong regional defence partnerships to support mutual interests, build trust and deepen cooperation. While Defence is not responsible for any official development assistance, we manage a program of activities in the region, including the Defence Cooperation Program, or DCP, which seeks to foster enduring links with regional partners and build their capability and resilience, or capacity and resilience. The DCP is focused on countries in Australia's primary area of military interest, as defined in the National Defence Strategy, encompassing the Northeast Indian Ocean through maritime Southeast Asia and into the Pacific. In 2025-26, Defence allocated $401.3 million to the DCP, an increase of over $70 million on previous financial year. Over 3/4 of the budget is directed to activities and investments in the Pacific. Through this program, we work closely with DFAT to shape a region in which all countries can exercise their sovereignty free of coercion and in which no one country should conclude that the benefits of military action outweigh the risks. I'm joined here today by my colleagues Laura Darlington, who can speak to our program in the Pacific, and Nicola Rosenblum, who can speak to the Australian Civil Military Centre's work in building civilian police and military capacity and capabilities in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Marina Simoncini from the Australian Federal Police to provide an overview of the AFP's operational footprint offshore. We have more than 200 staff located across more than 30 countries across the world, with a focus on the Pacific, where more than 100 of our staff are based. We have 7 police partnership programs, 6 in the Pacific and 1 in Timor-Leste. They are all there to focus on capacity building, training, governance, and they're all efforts for regional stability and supporting our national security efforts. On top of this, we support the Pacific Policing Initiative of $400 million over 5 years. We are one of 5 implementing partners in the Women, Peace and Security National Action Plan, and we are heavily involved in United Nations peacekeeping efforts. We're happy to take any questions on those matters in terms of our international efforts. Thank you.
Oh, thank you all. One of the themes of the submissions that the inquiry has received to date has been practical coordination within government between government agencies, arms of government on this conflict prevention task. And the subcommittee's previously heard evidence about the importance of conflict sensitivity in development programs, or ensuring that interventions do not inadvertently worsen the conflict situation that they are seeking to address. Could you reflect on conflict sensitivity capability in your respective areas? And I'd be interested in how conflict sensitivity is incorporated into program design in your departments. Interested in examples of that.
I might just make some opening comments, but then pass to my colleague here. I think one of the features of from a defence perspective, one of the features of the National Defence Strategy is this whole of nation, whole of government approach to defence, to national defence. And I think that goes to the question of conflict sensitivity and to making sure that as we think about how we engage the region and as we think about the ways in which we support capacity building and build resilience within the region, we are cognizant of a variety of different whole of government, whole of nation factors that go to that. So I think my view would be that it would definitely, that would lend itself to that question of conflict sensitivity. I might pass to my colleague to add anything to that.
Yeah, so we definitely respect conflict sensitivity, and I think that that's why, you know, each of our defence cooperation programs, particularly across the Pacific, are very focused on each of the countries and what's needed in each of those countries. We also sit behind, as mentioned in our opening statement, DFAT, so that DFAT can help us manage any of those sensitivities and work really closely with the Australian Federal Police that are here as well to make sure that we are not inadvertently, creating tensions there. So it is definitely something that we work into all of our programs. We individually design, each of the programs based on that. And I guess that's why sitting behind our programs, it's about the training, it's about support, it's all of those things that actually help the countries work to enable themselves to actually work within what those sensitivities are as well.
If I just follow that up as well, I think at that practical level, that coordination between departments and agencies can't be understated. I think we are all closely connected with one another on these programs, and we all seek to make sure that through that close coordination, through the mechanisms that exist for that close coordination, we're in a position to manage that conflict sensitivity.
Philip O'Connell, Commander of
Pacific for the AFP, I might just add to that all the programs that the AFP in particular runs in the Pacific, but more broadly what we do across the globe, as my colleague pointed out earlier, are complementary to what DFAT has set as our what we're doing as national, what's in our national interest, but more so how we then work with our partners, both as Australian government, but more so how we then work with partners offshore. And I think our programs, the policing programs, are really built on that policing diplomacy level, but more so on building really, really strong institutions offshore, particularly in the Pacific, so that the Pacific can build Pacific responses to Pacific problems. And that's where we've got to after 20 years of working really closely in the Pacific, that our Pacific partners, the Pacific chiefs, are very, very engaged with us, very engaged with our programs, and we work really strongly to ensure that everything we deliver, whether it be training, capacity building, governance support, legal support, whatever it might be, is building those really strong institutions. And conflict sensitivity is at the forefront of that. We don't want to make anything worse. We're just in the business of helping.
It's pleasing to hear the level of engagement within government on this. Could you give me a sense of what that looks like in practice? I mean, is there a shared, articulated view of what conflict sensitivity requires, of what the conflict prevention strategy is across government? Are there people with responsibility for conflict prevention in program design, in activity in country within your groups that engage with DFAT? I mean, how does this, I suppose what I'm looking for is this all ad hoc implicit engagement, or is there this coordination within a formal, shared, articulated view of what conflict sensitivity and conflict prevention requires?
I would probably open that, and I will defer to other colleagues in the room to kind of add to my answer there. I think it is implicit in a range of government strategies and policies that we, DFAT, and others participate in. I know in DFAT there is a strong and growing focus on conflict prevention, and their international development policies, humanitarian policies, are lending themselves in this broad direction. Certainly from the defence perspective, I think the National Defence Strategy heads in this broad direction at a strategic level. But I will ask my colleague whether there's a specific within the context of defence.
Yeah. So as far as I'm aware and from our exposure, it is more implicit rather than explicit in terms of how we do it. There is a lot of government coordination that happens very regularly across government, and it is something that is a key theme. But yeah, it is it's more implicit rather than explicit. But again, I think that our programs and the fundamentals that they're built on are really about those building blocks of training, infrastructure, capacity building, disaster response, things that are really about them giving them capacity to manage their own security sovereignly and to manage the governance challenges independently that reduce the risks of conflicts occurring in the region.
So, but there's not like an articulated framework that draws from a body of expertise that says, you know, here are the things that we know that can drive or conflict, that can expose societies, nations to conflict. Here are the things that we know that we need to be careful about to monitor in the regions we're operating, and in order to understand that we're not inadvertently contributing to making something worse.
So I don't think so. I think there is not an explicit statement of that. Certainly not from the defence perspective. What I would say, though, is that in our engagements there are sort of some fundamental points, I think, around why we do our engagement and why we have our defence cooperation program. And it's really, when you think about that, it is about building capacity, and it is about building professionalism. It's about building the linkages and the relationships that would go, I think, implicitly to the point that you're making, Chair.
And I think just to add to that, sorry, Laura Darlington, Assistant Secretary, Indo-Pacific Infrastructure here. Again, I think I'll draw it back to the National Defence Strategy that has actually come out that is, representing of how we can actually do this as a whole of, whole of government endeavour. And the strategy of denial aims to deter any conflict before it begins. Prevent, we do not want to have, anything that would lead to conflict, and we want to support regional security and prosperity so that we uphold a favourable regional strategic balance. And that was only released, just a couple of weeks ago.
Philippa Connell, Commander Pacific for the AFP. I think what I would also add to that, and I do agree, it is implicit, but the AFP is increasingly very focused on issues such as TSOC, and I will draw on the Pacific again, TSOC in the Pacific and how crime can lead to instability across the region. So rising crime, rising impact of TSOC, we're very conscious of that, and that is our primary focus at the moment, is really working with Pacific nations to counter the increased threat of drugs and other illicit commodities moving through the Pacific. And we're responding to that quite strongly through the Pacific Islands Chiefs of Police and through the Pacific Policing Initiative. And in a couple of weeks in Fiji, we are co-hosting with the Fiji Police Force the Pacific Transnational Crime Summit to really sit down with Pacific Islands, with the French, with the US, with other nations to talk about how do we collectively as a region come together to combat crime in the Pacific, which, if not countered, will lead to increased instability, will have impact on social cohesion. So I guess in that way, we do respond to those conflict sensitivities and the things that will impact society across the Pacific and what will lead to instability, which will lead to conflict.
As you indicated earlier, the Defence submission starts by acknowledging the work that DFAT's done in elevating the concept of conflict prevention. Could you talk us through the way that Defence engages with DFAT, but particularly your views on the new DFAT conflict prevention and strategy branch? How has DFAT's engagement with other departments on conflict prevention evolved over time?
Yeah, so I think, so the specifics of its evolution is probably a question for DFAT, but in my experience, and I'll ask colleagues to
looking
reflect.
from your perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. I think what I would say at a practical level, DFAT is very proactive in how it engages with other departments and agencies, and we routinely engage with them both. I think I would say bilaterally as government departments, but also as part of the interdepartmental committee process on particular issues of concern. That enables us, particularly from a defence perspective, to coordinate our efforts, particularly not just on engagement, but also on the Defence Cooperation Program, in a way that goes to the question of conflict prevention and how we can ensure that we have a whole of government approach to that in our engagement with regional partners. And then I would say, DFAT's kind of establishment of a conflict prevention branch and architecture within its organisation, for me, reflects a kind of somewhat of an association with the National Defence Strategy's focus on whole-of-nation approaches to these challenges. But it also reflects, I think, some of the work that they have sought to do to update and build upon their international development policies, their engagement policies, and the way in which they engage the region on conflict prevention. And I think that has been a positive step forward. Certainly from the defence international policy perspective, that has meant we've been able to engage much more closely and in a much more targeted way on the issues that matter in terms of deterrence and collective deterrence within our region and the prevention of conflict. Did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I'll just say, so Laura Darlington, Assistant Secretary, Indo-Pacific Infrastructure Defence. Look, I think that is a positive move, that setup of the branch. From a Pacific point of view, we're very fortunate that we have the Office of the Pacific and that we do a lot of our engagement through them, who helps us, get into the right areas in DFAT, because it can be a rather large organisation and difficult to work out the right players there. So the Office of the Pacific plays a key role in helping us. And then what they do is they set up a lot of interdepartmental committees where we can actually work on specific issues as they come about. One example is that we've got ever-evolving and quickly changing circumstances that can lead to conflict, and so where needed, they'll set up meetings so that we can all, as a whole of government mechanism, get together to work through those emerging issues. So it might be a HADAR event, it may be things such as, fuel, and we can get together, and which might be things that could lead to, if not managed properly, escalating tensions. So they do really effectively coordinate us as a whole of government effort to reach into the right places into DFAT and get that expertise.
And I just think one thing I would add, DFAT has long talked about how I think the best way to manage these issues is to embed that within a range of bilateral and multilateral teams and programs. One of the things that, I think one of the points my colleague made around the Office of the Pacific is a good example of where in that particular region there is really strong engagement and a capacity to work on these issues. One of the things I think DFAT's establishment of that conflict prevention branch and function does is help to really embed how conflict prevention becomes a central element of what we do in terms of our engagement with regions more broadly in the Indo-Pacific and around the world.
Just to add on that, Nicola Rosenblum, Australian Civil Military Centre, Department of Defence. The Department of Defence thinks about plans for and exercises a range of different contingencies, many of which are described in the National Defence Strategy. The Conflict Prevention Branch within DFAT is a key partner for Defence in thinking about those plans and exercises to be able to ensure that they're able to bring the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade into that thinking. And so the creation of the Conflict Prevention Branch has been an important way for Defence to be able to engage with DFAT on some of those strategic issues.
Just one more question I'll throw to Mr. Rebello. Listening to all of this, can I ask, is there like a lead coordinating group or a home for conflict prevention in the Australian government? I've heard there's expertise in DFAT, AFP, Defence, Home Affairs. I suppose what I'm looking for is there clear role delineation here and strategy, or is this something that's done on a more ad hoc basis through IDCs as needs arise?
So I would say it's the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, and the IDC process is perhaps their convening authority or convening their way of actually convening people around particular issues. It could appear ad hoc because it is at times focused, I think, on very specific activities or events, but there are still broader IDCs that we all participate in, which focus around much larger and, I guess, more strategic kind of programs and thinking on these issues.
The only thing I'd add, Chair, is that we are also heavily engaged in terms of reinforcing defensive statements there. We also work with DFAT on the program design of our partnerships offshore. They evaluate 2 of our partnerships offshore as well, and we get that counsel through DFAT, but the coordinating mechanisms that are described through the IDCs are both at the strategic and the tactical level where it needs to be.
Okay. Thank you. I'll pass to Mr. Rebello now. Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few questions from me. So, as part of this inquiry, we're looking into, in effect, the strategic use of our international development program to prevent conflict prevention. So, I'm interested in whether or not, and this is probably more for Defence, whether or not we monitor the success of our aid outcomes from a conflict prevention perspective. And if so, how do we do that? Is there some sort of, and this leads on to from the Chair's previous question about is there a lead conflict prevention person or department? Is there any sort of review that occurs from that conflict prevention perspective?
Laura Darlington, Assistant Secretary, Indo-Pacific Infrastructure. I guess I'll take that because the majority of the funding that we've got, and while we are not an aid program, it's not ODA that we're actually delivering here in the same essence what we're delivering under the DCP. The majority of that, as was mentioned in our opening statement, 75% of that actually relates to the Pacific. So I guess in terms of exactly what you're asking for in terms of monitoring success about preventing conflict, that's not an exact measure that we have been measuring our program from in the past, but I would take that on notice that it could be something we look to as we improve the measurement of the effectiveness of our program. It is something that we are continually looking at. One of the things I would though say is that a large driver of our program is the Pacific Maritime Security Program that sits underneath the Defence Cooperation Program, and as a separate program we do have a number of key things that we measure there. But I guess, you know, it's a really difficult one, and we have worked hard to work out how to measure the benefits of our program broadly. But the reality is the absence of conflict is probably what we're looking at measuring rather than things occurring. And so it is a difficult one from a performance-based measurement thing to look at. But I think we are continuing to develop a monitoring and evaluation of our programs to look at measuring as much as we can from that.
If I can add to that from an AFP perspective, Marina Simoncini, Manager Global Strategy, our 7 partnership programs that I mentioned earlier are all set with a program design with specific outcomes. We measure those through midterm reviews, which include a range of qualitative and quantitative assessments. And when they come to their end of phase, we also look at the end of phase review. Anything that's picked up in the midterm that we think we need to course correct, we use that as part of how we're measuring and how we potentially change our programs. So that is a way that we try to measure everything we're doing offshore, and we're starting to look at how we can do that across our range of networks and posts that we're located in.
Thank you. That's very useful. And just in relation to those assessments, are there any of you mentioned a range of assessments that are used? Is there anything there that is in relation to conflict prevention?
That's a very good question. At the moment, our outcomes are around regional stability and capacity building. So I think, as we mentioned earlier, I think it's something that's implicitly implied versus actually measured. But I will take that on notice and consider how that could be factored into it.
Thank you. And just in relation to the reference about 75% of our funding going into the Pacific, I was just curious, the funding that goes outside the Pacific, from a conflict prevention perspective, do you think that there is as much of a focus on conflict prevention in relation to that 25% of funding outside the Pacific? I know that a lot of our attention at the moment as a country is on what's happening in the Indo-Pacific region, but given what's happening around the world, does it have an equal footing in terms of the level of consideration?
I think that the answer to that question is yes. What I would say about the DCP is a lot of the program activities that take place are around things like education courses, training, personnel exchanges, capacity building, military secondments, strategic dialogues, visits, infrastructure support and exercises and operations. And really the focus of those, I think, as I think we said in our submission, was to enable cooperative development of capability, improve our capacity to work with partners in response to common security challenges, and to build strong people-to-people links, all of which I think go to this concept that the National Defence Strategy talks about around deterrence and collective deterrence and how we work collectively to prevent conflict through deterrence. So I think in answer to your question, explicitly, that's possibly less clear, but I think implicitly, absolutely, it is focused on conflict prevention.
Great, thank you. The next question, so at a time, I guess, when we have finite resources and proximate in terms of location, but also time, risks of conflict, especially in our region, do you think that we have the balance right between traditional defence expenditure and, I guess, indirect defence expenditure, for example, through ODA. Do you think we've got that balance right as a country? And if not, where is the scope that you think we should be looking towards?
I can only comment on Defence's participation in that, and I think the numbers for me demonstrate, I think, where we have looked to build through the Defence Cooperation Program. As I think I indicated, about $401 million in 25-26, which is an increase of over $70 million in the previous financial year. And I think what, I think what that represents is a demonstration that that we see value, and we see the impact of that engagement and of building that capacity of building those people-to-people links, of working with regional partners to prevent conflict.
Yeah, and so I guess in relation to when we're looking at funding, the opportunity cost of every dollar is something that I think the committee is interested in. So, because, you know, the opportunity cost of a dollar being spent on traditional defence is that it can't be spent on prevention and conflict prevention, and vice versa as well. So it sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like what you're saying is that we are not necessarily getting the balance right, but we are getting some return out of the current level of expenditure.
Yeah, I mean, I think the current level of expenditure and that increase that I spoke about on the previous financial year, and I think also, you know, the point my colleague made before about working to prevent conflict and not seeing conflict, and where we don't see conflict, is an indication that spending and the work that we put into the Defence Cooperation Program and the money that we put into there is an important part of our overall defence spend.
So Laura Darlington, Assistant Secretary, Indo-Pacific Infrastructure for Defence. I think, look, you know, there's never a perfect balance. As you rightly put, like, we do have finite resources and there's always trade-offs. But I think that's the important thing about our Defence Cooperation Program, is it is flexible. And so that flexibility is the key to actually achieve our outcomes and pivot to challenges and things that we need. And so I think that that's the key thing about our program. Rather than a static program that can't adapt, this is one that we can actually move funds around to meet things, because yes, there's always going to be trade-offs and we're not going to be able to do anything. And then in the Pacific context, the one thing that I would say is that there is a capacity issue in the Pacific, and so we have to be careful that we don't inundate these small nations. And so, you know, while there might be a whole lot of different counterparts on the Australian side, the equivalent counterpart might be one in the Pacific Island nation. And so we've got to be really careful. And from training and exercises and things like that, you know, we need to make sure that we're not taking those people out for training exercises that could actually stop them doing important jobs in their country, right? So there is a balance. And so I think that we are at like a pretty good level. We have also tried, like, the growth in the DCP has been primarily driven by the growth in the Pacific Maritime Security Program. And that is a recognition of where some of those risks are. And that's those countries which are Pacific nations that have to patrol their exclusive economic zones, and where we're seeing threats, which, you know, my AFP colleagues can talk to. You know, we do look at illegal fishing, but there is also, you know, drugs and other issues that our AFP colleagues can do. But probably would just say that the key to the ability to use that money the most effectively is the flexibility that we have in that current program.
Thank you very much. I think that's all from me.
Mr. Newman.
Thanks very much, Chair. In July last year, the Foreign Minister and Defence Minister of Australia did a joint statement with the Foreign and Defence Ministers of the United Kingdom, talking about the 25th anniversary of the Women's Peace and Security Agenda through UN Security Council Resolution 1325, and how conflict disproportionately impacts women and girls, and how that WPS was a cornerstone of both our foreign policy and our defence policy. I'm interested in how that's being applied through the National Defence Strategy and how in a practical way on the ground it's being applied by Defence and by the Federal Police across the Indo-Pacific region?
Thanks for that. On the specifics of the UN resolution itself, I'll take that on notice. But what I would say is that I would come back, I think, in terms of what we do in terms of not just the DCP but our engagement program more broadly. I think my view would be that that we seek to operationalise the outcomes of that statement through that engagement and through that cooperation program. I don't know if other colleagues would like to add to that. Well, maybe just across.
Thanks very much,
If
Nicola
you
Rose.
take that on notice, that'd be terrific, because at the moment, so far in your submission, you don't really refer to it, and it's really critical. If the Foreign Minister and Defence Minister of Australia say it's the cornerstone of what we do in conflict resolution, that it really should be something that we should get information from you on.
Nicola Rosenblum, Australian Civil Military Centre. Thank you so much for that question. So, Department of Defence is one of the implementing partners of the Australia's Women, Peace and Security National Action Plan. So we're currently in the second National Action Plan. It's a 10-year policy plan, and we're at the midpoint level. So we've just gone through a midterm review of the first 5 years of the National Action Plan. The Department of Defence is an implementing partner of that plan and implements it across all of the different pillars and incorporates women, peace and security into a range of its different activities. The Australian Civil Military Centre has a specific role under the National Action Plan, which is to connect government with civil society, particularly in Australia. And just yesterday, we hosted a civil society government dialogue to talk about how the government is implementing the Women, Peace and Security National Action Plan and connecting that back to civil society to make sure that the people who are in touch with survivors or people who have been affected by gender-based violence in a range of different countries in our region are able to provide direct input into the planning and thinking that the Australian government provides. And so I won't necessarily speak on behalf of the Department of Defence because it's a different area that's responsible for that, but just to say the Department of Defence has a Women, Peace and Security internal process that it goes through to make sure that Women, Peace and Security is being included in all of the different programming and areas across the department.
But Mr. Newman, I will come back to you specifically on your question.
Yeah, that'd be good. And my second follow-up question, my final question, Chair, is the Chair asked a question about leading coordination group for Home for Conflict Prevention. I'm interested in whether the WPS agenda is really involved in that as well, because it seems to me that it cannot possibly, we can have all these connections everywhere, but unless that agenda is really embedded in what we do, and in everything we do in terms of our foreign aid as well, then we're not getting there. We're not fulfilling our obligations and we're missing the point. So can you get back to us in relation to that, and we're prepared to comment on whether you're involved in any lead agency, and is that front and centre?
Yeah, of course.
Just to say, again, Nicola Rosenblum, Australian Civil Military Centre. So DFAT is the chairing agency for the Interdepartmental Committee process for implementing the National Action Plan. And so they are the lead agency. Defence is as an implementing partner, is part of that committee. And just to also note that the National Defence Strategy explicitly calls out the impact on women and girls of the disproportionate impact on women and girls of conflict.
Yep.
And just Laura Darlington, Assistant Secretary, Indo-Pacific Infrastructure. Just to add to that though, and probably going back to some of what we earlier said, like one of the key parts of our Defence Cooperation Program is training. And so it is we are looking at how do we actually ensure that there is sufficient women actually in positions in these countries in security agencies. So it is a lens that we take when we're looking at training programs, when we're looking at positions for, exchanges and things like that. Key examples of that are in Timor-Leste, where we actually have specific female delegations that came to Australia in order to actually do training. So we are definitely taking that. Whenever we're looking at it, we always look at the lens of how do we actually increase women's participation so that we can upskill them and get them more involved in those conversations.
And Chair, I'd like us, if they can take on notice, a bit more information about that, because it's not dealt with in the submission, and I think it's absolutely critical to the work you do,
Thank you.
especially on that WPS agenda.
Thank you for that.
Thanks.
We'll take it on notice.
Mr Newman, if I can add from the AFP perspective, I had the pleasure of sitting alongside Nicola yesterday at the Civil Society panel. We're also one of 5 implementing agencies for the Women, Peace and Security National Action Plan. But you asked for practical examples, and what we are doing with our efforts there is in our United Nations peacekeeping pre-deployment training. All members are actually trained in gender equality awareness, what to do in response. That has included last year a group of 100 Pacific Islanders, 90 Pacific, and 10 from Timor-Leste in regards to specific police peacekeeping training, as well as in March we had 40 additional here in Canberra, where we're looking at the entirety of how we can train. We also have our Pacific Police Support Group that is based at Pinkenba Hub in Queensland. They also receive, through our international gender experts, which are part of my branch, they also receive the gender equality and gender in policing training as part of their 6-month package to also look at the awareness and how to respond to certain matters. But as well as that, we have a significant amount of work that's taking place across the Pacific and through the Jakarta Centre for Law Enforcement Cooperation over a 3-year period. We trained 3,500 people across 23 countries and 18 programs in relation to gender policing. More recently, we've had the Indo-Pacific Economic Forum funding to actually deliver gender and anti-corruption training. The first symposium with 35 law enforcement and anti-corruption officials took place last year. We're bringing that group together again in November to not only look at lessons learnt, but how we can support them in this endeavour. But even through, and Commander Connell could speak about this too, the Pacific Community for Law Enforcement Cooperation, our women's advisory network across the Pacific that has been ongoing since 2003. We are heavily involved in programs there to contextualise the matter, but also to deliver practical solutions. I'll leave it there because I could probably take up a full hour in terms of what we're doing.
Very much. That's terrific evidence. Really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Batt.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks everyone for your time. Just in relation to probably both departments, you've talked about these strategies and programs today that you've listed, but that are trying to build resilience in these fragile states. So what are the key regions of focus that you have, and how are they determined? And or once they are determined, how are they reviewed as to which ones you use or go to?
Robert Chugan, Acting First Assistant Secretary, International Policy, Department of Defence. I think for us, I couldn't quite hear that, but I think you asked the key regions, key focus regions, and how are they determined?
Yes.
Yes. So for us, I think it was 70%, around about 70% would be from the Pacific. We have aside from the Pacific, we have a very heavily focused program, I think, around what we call Australia's primary area of military interest. And that is determined through the National Defence Strategy and articulated through the National Defence Strategy. And we're really thinking about that kind of Eastern Indian Ocean all the way through maritime Southeast Asia and then into the Pacific. So much of the DCP, or many of the DCP programs that you will see are really focused heavily on that particular region. There are times where we are participating through the DCP in programs in Africa as well. That has definitely happened. And certainly as part of our international engagement program, we do have engagement activities with partners in other parts of the world, but in Africa as well, as part of our engagement program, but also as part of our peacekeeping activities too.
Thank you, Marina from AFP. There's a couple of ways in terms of how we determine, I guess, where we're placed across the world. One is the Australian Pacific Strategy when I think about the Pacific more broadly in terms of where we're seeing the efforts required. And when we spoke about monitoring and evaluation before, it is aligning with that broader Australian Pacific Strategy and how we actually do the things we're doing from a capacity building perspective. Across the world, we do have long-standing and trusted partnerships, but we also leverage international institutions like Interpol and Europol to get best bang for buck. But we look at things too from an organised crime perspective in terms of that as a lever or a driver for instability and conflict. And I'll see if Commander Connell would like to add to that.
Philippa Connell, Commander Pacific for the AFP. I'll just draw on the Pacific, something I could talk about all day. But we pivot our programs depending on like defence, on issues that become more prevalent in the Pacific. At the moment, it really is a very, very strong focus on TSOC and has been for the last year through the Pacific Island Chiefs of Police. It was a very strong topic of conversation that Joint Heads of Pacific Security last week in Brisbane, and it's very front of mind. And the AFP does the majority of our work is about institutional strengthening of policing organisations around the world, but in particular in the Pacific. Not only do we help capacity build from the ground up policing organisations, but we also assist with investigations when required. So there is a lot that we do in that respect. But absolutely, well, I mean, we're a policing organisation, therefore TSOC is front of mind for us as well. But there are other vectors within policing and that community engagement that we also assist with.
And just to follow up on that too, AFP, just from what you're saying, so Ms Darlington mentioned there about the Pacific funding in that program being quite flexible, movable. Is that the same with AFP? If you need to, you've got your budget, you can move it if required around, or is it more of a difficult process?
No, absolutely. We absolutely can. We only have two programs in the Pacific. One that's partially funded through ODA, and that's the Vanuatu Australia Policing and Justice Program. And then in Timor-Leste, the TLPDP, Timor-Leste Police Development Program, which is ODA funded. And even though there is ODA, a lot of that is flexible as well in terms of what we target, and we work very closely with DFAT to determine what the priorities are. But in terms of our programs writ large, the funding is very flexible, and we do target areas as they become more important and more prevalent, or it's what the Pacific Island Chiefs of Police see as an issue that they would like targeted.
Yeah, I'll just follow up for both again, probably if you can share any lessons learned from these overseas programs on what's worked and what hasn't on strengthening civil society over there in these fragile states, and is that still any of those lessons you have learned? Is that still the same with the changing times of it? Very quickly changing in the last 12 months, especially. Are they still the same lessons?
I think I can answer that in a way. Look, I would say that the most important part of and the way we operate is the genuine partnerships that we have created with the Pacific. I don't think that can be underestimated in terms of not only our longevity, but the way we work in partnership with them as opposed to any other way. But I will look at bring the PPI into this Pacific Policing Initiative. The greatest thing about that is the regional element. It is by the Pacific for the Pacific. It is Pacific-led and Australian-backed. It is $400 million over 5 years with ongoing NPI funding. The importance to that is it's the Pacific, as Pip said earlier on, it's a Pacific responding to Pacific problems, but it's also a sustainable model that includes the Pacific Police Support Group that can deploy to planned and unplanned events. That is up to 200 Pacific Islanders that we're training there. We have regional centres of excellence that will be based across 4 different countries, Vanuatu, Fiji, Samoa and PNG, as well as a regional development and coordination hub. The sustainability and the fact that the Pacific is driving that, I think, is a big step change for us in that we can support sovereignty and capacity building by country, but this regional element that is long-standing is something that may have been missing in the architecture earlier on, and that is something that is balancing and actually lifting our efforts.
I will also say, Philip O'Connell, Commander Pacific, that the context in which we're working in the Pacific, if I go back to that, has contextually changed over years. We no longer do policing missions. We don't have those big missions in Papua New Guinea or Solomon Islands. It really is about genuine partnership, and they're called partnership programs because that's what they are. So it really is about the Pacific taking the lead for their own security and us assisting where required.
Laura Darlington, Assistant Secretary, Indo-Pacific Infrastructure, Department of Defence. Just to add on that one, because, there's been a lot of lessons learned over the program. We never get everything perfect, but we are evolving. And I think the key thing, as touched on by our other members, is genuine partnership, but listening. And so while we do have regional approaches, it's listening to what the region wants. And when we're doing bilateral activities, such as defence cooperation programs, it's localised impact. So not a cookie cutter approach to each of the countries. It has to be genuinely about what they want as a sovereign nation. As Pip has mentioned, it has changed contextually. The countries are looking for genuine abilities to sovereignly respond to their own security challenges. And so we then need to genuinely listen to them about what they actually need and want in response to that. So I think that the lessons learned are more about localised solutions, not having a cookie-coloured approach, and the countries themselves are fiscally constrained, so understanding if there is anything, particularly from my particular focus on an infrastructure point of view, that's going to have long-term costs for that country, understanding what those are and ensuring everything that we do is sustainable so that they can actually sustainably maintain and, keep everything to, keep with the investment that we've put in there. So sustainability is something that is factored into, and sustainability has multiple different angles because it then also touches on climate and other things that we always have to think about when we're dealing with the Pacific, because that is their number one sort of risk and something that, we haven't talked about here, but, is something that they see as, an ongoing security risk there.
And I think just to kind of round that out, the DCP from a defence perspective has been in existence, I think, since the 1960s. And it started, I think, as a bilateral military engagement with Singapore and Malaysia, and has obviously expanded out. And so the sum total of kind of lessons learned over time have really contributed to the way we think about how we engage the region and how we build that capability. And it goes to, I think, a pretty critical strategic pillar for defence, and that is about how we contribute with our partners in the region to solving some of these security challenges. And the point that I think my colleagues from here in defence, but also AFP have made, that it's about the Pacific working to solve those sort of Pacific problems as well, and how we all contribute together on that.
Rob, if I might jump in there, Nicola from the Australian Civil Military Centre. ACMC's mission is really to strengthen Australian and regional civil military police capacity and capability to respond more effectively to crises and contingencies. And a key objective under that is to build Pacific capacity to enable locally led responses to crises, which I think is something we've heard across the table this morning, particularly around the AFP. And the reason we do that is because more effective crisis response means that communities will be able to recover faster and they'll be more resilient to future challenges, which is where it really links back to that conflict prevention. But the reason I wanted to jump in here is because you mentioned civil society, and one of the things that the Australian Civil Military Centre does is work across all different parts of government and whole of nation when we are doing our activities in the Pacific. And so where we are working alongside our defence colleagues or our AFP colleagues, we're working with the civilian governments of those countries, the national disaster management organisations, and also civil society, those church groups, those other aid organisations, to make sure that they're also part of the conversation, to make sure that in our Pacific partners, a broad range of voices are able to be heard and able to contribute to the development of solutions.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got about 10 minutes left. I'll give the call to Ms. Templeman and then Senator Collins.
Thank you. Thank you for your evidence today. And I just want to reflect that we started out with quite abstract concepts in the conversation and the implicit rather than explicit overlay of conflict prevention. And through the conversation, you've given us some examples and talked about some of the things that are working and lessons that you've learned. But I'm keen to try and articulate the principles that drive your decisions. So far, what I've got is things like Pacific-led, localised, genuine partnership. In response to Mr. Newman's question, we heard that you take every opportunity to upskill women in the Pacific through the programs. We've just heard speedy response, inclusion of civil society. So they're the sorts of principles that you've articulated. Are there any other principles in the way that you design programs or adapt programs that support conflict prevention or resolution?
This please correct me if this doesn't go to your question, but I think I would say the overarching component of that is really around that question of, and to the point of conflict prevention, is really around that collective deterrence. So through all of these things, through all of these programs, and the work we do with all of the different countries through the DCP and through our engagement and through peacekeeping, it is about building a capability which is able to collectively deter conflict within our region and thus prevent that conflict in the region.
Yeah. So Laura Darlington, Assistant Secretary, Indo-Pacific Infrastructure Defence. Yes, and I think the only other thing that I'd probably just add to that is, one thing that we really do make sure we're trying to deal with is strengthening partner governments to manage security and manage governance challenges, to independently, be able to, and I know we keep talking about this, but sovereignly able to actually manage their own risks so that things don't escalate to violence, instability, or the need for any external intervention. So make sure that we're not setting, we're helping prevent any of those precursors there.
And just finally to add on that, Nicola Rosenblum, ACMC, also just to say that Defence, but also other agencies, also think about those international law principles and how we can build the capacity of partners in the region to be thinking about issues around women, peace and security, for example, but also issues of protection of civilians in armed conflict and other international law aspects related to conflict prevention.
I think just one thing I will say as well. When I talk about the National Defence Strategy and collective deterrence, we often, it's big picture security and strategic threats and challenges. But I hope it's implicit, I think, in what we've talked about here, that some of those non-traditional security concerns within the region are things we are focused on too, through some of the capacity building that we do and through our focus on building particularly in the Pacific case, that Pacific capacity to manage some of these challenges and to do it in a way that works for those countries from a sovereign perspective. Sorry.
Philip O'Connell, Commander Pacific for the AFP. From our perspective, our policing partnership programs, we promote regional stability and support our partners to uplift their capability and capacity so that they can respond to issues in their community. Policing agencies are predominant across the Pacific. There are only 3 defence forces, so the police really lead stability response across the Pacific. We haven't had to provide a stability response anywhere in the Pacific since 2021, and that was Solomon Islands, which really, I think, illustrates, and I hope I'm not caught out by saying this, but I think that really illustrates just how much the Pacific is taking responsibility, or now has the capacity to take responsibility for stability in their countries and to look after their communities. They'll seek assistance where required, but it's not to the scale that we were doing in the early 2000s or up until 2010, etc. It really is. It really shows the value of what defence, DFAT, the AFP and Civ Mill Centre and other agencies have been able to do to work with the Pacific. So we don't have what we've had previously.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Collins.
How's that? Thank you so much for your time today. Assistant Commissioner, in the last session, I was asking about Pacific capacity building in Kiribati and about the MOU that had been signed in 2023. You did say that there was no MOU. Do you have an update on that? Because I have seen the hard copy of it. I'm just wondering whether the MOU still exists or it hasn't been signed, or where we're at with that, because that's such a huge part of the Pacific capacity building program that you have.
It is. Thank you, Commander Philip O'Connell from the Australian Federal Police, and Assistant Commissioner Dave McLean. I do understand he spoke to the Kiribati MOU in the last hearing he was in just recently, and I'll take that on notice. We don't have an MOU with Kiribati, is my understanding, but allow me to check that. I would need to. Yeah, top of my head, I couldn't tell you, but I can take it on notice.
Okay, so, I've seen it. I've seen it signed. I've seen press releases on it. So that obviously means that it hasn't been implemented. So it'd be terrific if we could get some more information on that. Thank
If
you.
I may, that is a whole of government MOU. I don't think that's a direct MOU with the AFP, though we do provide capacity building assistance to Kiribati across a number of our programs. We don't have a policing partnership program there, but we do provide policing assistance, both from a organised crime perspective, so assisting with investigations, but more broadly, capacity building to the Kiribati Police Service and infrastructure works.
Just Assistant Secretary Indo-Pacific Infrastructure, Laura Darlington here. Yes, and I think there's some initiatives that are underway already under that MOU. So I think that we are doing policing barracks, and we're also doing some further work there from a policing point of view with the AFP on infrastructure there. So there was a number of initiatives that sat under that broader whole of government one. But yes, unfortunately, I do not have the exact details of that MOU.
No, that's okay. I've seen the details of it. I just wanted to know how it was being implemented and how we're building up the the capacity in the police there, because that was such a big part of it. So if you were able to, on notice, just provide some details on the initiatives that we have beyond the policing barracks, would be terrific. Thank you. We also had a $90 million policing package in Solomon Islands that was announced a few years ago, or 18 months ago. What's the update on that? I believe we haven't had any money spent on that yet. Anything dispersed?
Ms Collins, if I can go back to your first question about Kiribati and what we're doing there. So along with the barracks, we're also looking at the Kiribati headquarters, so the police headquarters there. Through the Law Enforcement Cooperation Program, we have also delivered operational safety training on more than 2 occasions. We're also involved in peacekeeping efforts with Kiribati, so they provided 10 Kiribati police service officers to our United Nations training last year in June, July, and they have also been involved in the Pacific Police Support Group program training. So we are doing quite a bit in terms of the implementation and partnership with Kiribati there. In the Solomon Islands, we do have some staff working on the RSIPF expansion program, but together with the Department of Defence, there's also a headquarters that we have already started designing, and I'll pass over to my colleague Laura Darlington, who is leading that project.
Yep, Laura Darlington, Assistant Secretary, Indo-Pacific Infrastructure. And actually going back to the Kiribati MOU, the other thing I should have noted, which was the big one, is the second Guardian class patrol boat that we actually handed over to them. That was part of that as well. So that was successfully handed over to them, over 12 months ago. And we're also continuing to do work with them on the Bayshio port there. So there's lots of work going on in Kiribati. And our DPM actually visited there earlier this year and had some very fruitful discussions there with them. On this RSIPF or Solomon Islands, $190 million deal, I think is what you said there. We are making progress on the police academy. That's a key initiative that our Prime Minister's actually agreed to. We've had a number of meetings with the Solomon Islands government in relation to that, and we're progressing well with the design. We have also released out an expression of interest to the market in relation to the building of that police academy. So that is well on track. The Solomon Islands government has been very clear with when they'd like that delivered, in line with their 50th anniversary of independence.
Okay, thank you very much. That was very helpful. Can I also ask, there was some unrest in Papua New Guinea and the PNGDF about 3 weeks ago. There was a camp lockdown. I'm just wondering whether the Australian government provided any support or is providing any ongoing support in trying to respond to that.
Laura Darlington, Assistant Secretary, Indo-Pacific Infrastructure. In relation to that, and was announced by Prime Minister Marape, we did not actually provide any support directly in relation to that, but noting that that was in relation to some upset in relation to some corruption allegations. We did provide a senior military member to assist with that inquiry. That's the extent of our support for that.
Thank you very much. That's all from me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We are at time, but I want to use my chair's prerogative just to ask one further question on that, going to this coordination point. one of the things I'm interested in is understanding how tensions are managed between different forms of engagement from different agencies in the Australian government within the same country. So taking the PNG context, for example, DFAT through ODA, Defence and AFP all have extensive work in PNG. We've got a deep engagement across the board. AFP, as we've heard, engages its PNG counterparts. Defence, more engaged than ever, training counterparts embedded in units. We fund a huge swath of ODA activity from the community level all the way up to technical assistance in Port Moresby. These forms of engagement can have different impacts on violence and on conflict risks. And there can be competing views in this context. For example, some could argue that strengthening police capacity could be in tension with community-led approaches to managing violence in the Highlands. So can you give me some practical examples of how the trade-offs of the different priorities of different agencies are managed within government between different agencies, taking this example as a particular context?
Chair, Rob Chugan, Acting First Assistant Secretary, International Policy and Defence. I'll probably give you just a broad kind of answer about coordination generally, but then I might hand it across to colleagues both from Defence but also from AFP to kind of give their perspectives on specific examples. I think this goes in my view, this goes to the question of the way in which coordination is managed. And I think Foreign Affairs and Trade, Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, is very proactive in how it manages and coordinates this through the interdepartmental committee process. It enables us to discuss objectives, to talk about what the asks are and to talk about what the best mechanisms are. And in a sense, that process also gives us a capacity, I think, to decide what are the best tools that we have, across government that we can apply to very specific problems. So in my experience, the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade has always been very effective in kind of helping us coordinate those efforts. And I think, over the course of my career, I've seen a lot greater collaboration and cohesion among government agencies in how we respond to that. But I'll pass to colleagues to provide any sort of specific examples they may have.
Laura Darlington, Assistant Secretary, Indo-Pacific Infrastructure, Department of Defence. Look, I think that what Rob's actually talked about there talks about that Canberra side of things in terms of there's a big focus on when we're planning activities that we are looking at any unintended consequences of what those activities might be. But then, we're realists, we know things on the ground change all the time. And so that's where our in-country teams play an extremely important part. So in the particular example of Papua New Guinea, we have regular meetings in country between our Defence attaché as well as our senior responsible, which is Defence's most senior rep in the country, and then the AFP, their senior responsible officer, which is AFP's most senior rep in that country as well as the head of mission, which we're very lucky to have Ewan in that position as that. And they talk regularly. They also conduct, I think it's weekly meetings where they coordinate on security effects so that if there was any sort of tensions, that would get raised in those type of things. But they're the ones. So we've got the long-term planning and deconfliction that happens from an intergovernmental sort of level, and then you've got the on-the-ground ones that where they can raise any issues or changes to sensitivity, especially if there is something where there's escalated violence up in sort of the Highlands, they can actually raise those issues there.
There's also crossover between those two groups. So we will often see representatives of our posts contributing into those Canberra-based departmental committee processes too. So I think and why that's important is to say that often what we see at post is they have a much closer understanding of the challenges and the problems, and they're able to bring those to the broader, longer-term strategic discussions.
Chair, I'll add to that. We very much say when we're offshore, we're Team Australia. So while we might have our own elements of a strategy or our own roles under our different mission statements and the like, I would say it's not so much about trade-offs, but it's about the broader Australia-Pacific strategy and how we're all aligning to that and what comes first or what is prioritised. But those weekly meetings absolutely are part of that. We coordinate, and I would say that we have matured our approach offshore in terms of being a Team Australia and understanding where there are crossovers, for instance, with maritime potentially or training a capability. We work really closely with Defence, not only in Canberra, but through our posts in understanding who is actually best to lead that role. And if I can be very blunt, I think the egos went quite some time ago in terms of who leads. It is who is best placed to deliver and who is best placed to deliver against an Australia-Pacific strategy.
Thank you. Thank you for running slightly over time. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by close of business on 5 June 2026. If members would like to provide additional questions on notice for witnesses from today's hearing, please provide questions to the Secretariat by close of business 11 May 2026. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist you with answering questions taken on notice today, and you will have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I now welcome representatives from Union Aid Abroad, AFIDA, Koala, International Development and Non-Violent Peace Force to give evidence before the inquiry today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee?
Good morning, Ollie May, founder and principal, Koala International Development.
Good morning, everyone. Felicity Gray, Global Head of Policy and Advocacy for Nonviolent Peace Force.
Good morning, Claire Middlemass, Executive Officer, Union Aid Abroad, AFIDA.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Catherine Middleton, also from Union Aid Abroad, AFIDA, International Program Manager.
Apologies, Catherine. I now invite members of the subcommittee to present to introduce themselves.
Hi everyone, Leon Rebello, the Federal Member for McPherson on the Gold Coast and the Deputy Chair of this committee.
And Shane Newman, Federal Member for Blair in South East Queensland around Ipswich.
And I'm Susan Templeman, the Member for Macquarie in just outside Sydney, currently in the Blue Mountains.
Jess Collins, Senator for New South Wales.
And David Batt, Member for Hinkler in Regional Queensland.
Although the subcommittee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament and the giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. I would like to remind members and witnesses that one of the submissions from a witness today contains confidential material. And while the published content of the submission can be discussed during the hearing, subcommittee members and witnesses must not refer to the confidential content during this public hearing. I now invite a representative of each organisation to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to questions. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before making your opening statement and responding to each question. Could we begin with Union Aid Abroad?
Thank you, Chair. Members of the committee, Chair, thank you for the opportunity to appear today on behalf of Union Aid Abroad, AFIDA. My name is Claire Middlemass, Executive Officer, and I'm joined today by our International Programs Manager, Catherine Middleton. Union Aid Abroad, AFIDA is the global justice organisation of the Australian trade union movement. Our purpose is to work globally in partnership with unions and community organisations to support the development of strong labour and social movements for the achievement of decent work, social justice, economic equality and human rights. For more than 4 decades, we have supported peace building, partnering with trade unions and civil society groups in Timor-Leste, Myanmar, Palestine and beyond to support the development of democratic trade unions and civil society. Through our partnerships, we address inequality and build resilience, democratic institutions and people-to-people links. Durable peace requires strong democratic civil society, accountable institutions and resilient livelihoods. Effective conflict prevention and post-conflict intervention must address inequality and insecurity and the social and economic drivers of conflict. In particular, we wanted to highlight the important role that trade unions play in conflict prevention and peace building as crucial pillars of democratic civil society, working to address key drivers of conflict such as economic exclusion and inequality. By advocating for decent work, women's empowerment and sustainable livelihoods, amplifying workers' voices in national development debates, and maintaining the accountability of governments and other actors, and providing an avenue for workers to participate in social dialogue and democratic processes. Beyond their industrial role, unions have also played a central role in many post-conflict political transitions, for instance in Timor-Leste, and are active in conflict contexts with calls for peace, democracy and human rights, for example in Myanmar. By working with local unions and civil society groups, the Australian Development Program can strengthen their capacity and role as trusted actors, which supports conflict prevention and resolution. To strengthen the role of Australia's International Development Program in preventing conflict, we recommend that the Australian Government increase official development assistance to support the building of peace and prosperity in our region, ensure that development programs are actively strengthening local democratic civil society organisations and actors, including by increasing the percentage of Australian aid funding which goes to not-for-profit civil society organisations, and ensuring humanitarian aid in conflict and authoritarian contexts is delivered through civilian-led, non-state mechanisms that avoid legitimising authoritarian actors. We're happy to answer any questions and provide further information to the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Koala International Development.
Thank you, Chair. Koala International Development provides advisory services on risk, strategy and governance to governments, to non-profits, mission-driven companies, and particularly humanitarian and development actors. Many submissions to this inquiry make compelling cases for a more coherent whole-of-government approach to conflict prevention and for more explicit conflict prevention programming within the development pillar of that. Koala's submission, which is written with practitioner realities in mind, can be summarised with the simple phrase, how matters. Conflict prevention is important, but we need to do it in ways that will be effective, represent value for money, protect humanitarians and recipients, and engage with implementation realities. Conflict prevention programming in fragile contexts demands proper resourcing and appropriate timeframes to see results and avoid harm. If any new aid stream is not to be accompanied by an increased aid budget, the submission advises that there may be better ways to achieve conflict prevention outcomes through existing programme themes in an already busy Australian aid programme. Crucial to any and all work in fragile and conflict contexts, especially if Australia is to increase it, is the need for a greater proportion of Australian aid to be earmarked as support costs for its implementing partners. This will improve value for money and the safety of humanitarians and recipients through safer, more verifiable aid. Costs like security, logistics, ICT, HR and development, finance and audit are not overheads, but critical risk management measures. Further, a more nuanced approach is needed to the very real risk of aid diversion, where targeted humanitarian exemptions are accompanied by better funded prevention and assurance systems. If Australia seeks stronger conflict prevention outcomes, the submission recommends that the committee considers better strategic level coordination of conflict prevention activities, increased investment in delivery systems to protect humanitarians and recipients and reduce risk in fragile settings, and structural change to investment funding and practices to unlock longer-term impact. Thank you.
Thank you. Non-violent Peace Force.
Thank you, Felicity Gray, Nonviolent Peace Force. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today on the critical topic of conflict prevention. Nonviolent Peace Force, or NP, is a peace and protection focused NGO that has 20 years of demonstrated experience working in violent conflicts around the world. We work alongside communities most impacted by violence to prevent, interrupt, and respond to these harms. Many other witnesses to this inquiry have shared the same, but it bears repeating. More civilians in more places are facing worsening and protracted violence. Over our lifetimes, it's hard to think of a bleaker and more challenging time to be trying to engage politically, professionally, personally in trying to influence decision makers to prioritise prevention and the protection of civilians. It's ethically, strategically, economically and politically necessary that Australia engage proactively in co-creating peaceful, stable global conditions, not just through the aid program, but in all of the ways that we engage in our global interactions. When considering the role of conflict prevention, I just want to start with some key messages that I'd really like to highlight up front. Firstly, that communities in crisis need to be taken seriously as experts in their own experiences, and this needs to guide how the Australian government and other actors engage on conflict prevention. The more civilian-centred, the more sustainable and effective these efforts. Secondly, that conflict prevention cannot be an afterthought or an add-on or another thing that we mainstream or expect to work indirectly. It's a specific goal and process and area of expertise that requires thoughtfulness and prioritisation, and for that reason, conflict prevention should be re-elevated as a core strategic objective within DFAT, and we need to focus on interagency approaches to atrocity and violence prevention. Third, I understand we need to understand that conflict prevention is something that can and needs to occur throughout a program cycle or a conflict cycle. Even at the height of kinetic violence, such as the war in Ukraine, NP experience demonstrates how violence prevention can occur and needs to occur even in situations of extreme violence, and how this is an essential understanding for contributions to long-term and sustainable peace. And then finally, that conflict prevention requires a cohesive whole-of-government approach. We undermine our prevention efforts if we're ceding conflict with one hand and attempting to stop the bleeding with the other. Pathways to greater coherence include conflict prevention as a core strategic objective within DFAT and also interagency approaches. Thank you again for this opportunity to speak with you, and happy to answer questions about our submission.
Thank you all. If I might start by just continuing on a theme of the previous session with government agencies, maybe for Koala International Development. Your submission argues that there are natural alignments between Australia's national defence strategy and its international development and humanitarian policies, but these aren't made sufficiently explicit. You recommend that quote, centralised point of coordination for a whole-of-government approach here, but caution against reorganising existing architecture. Can I ask what that looks like in practice? Are you envisaging new bodies or strengthening existing mechanisms or something else? And where would you argue that should sit within government?
Thank you, Chair. So I think it's about strengthening existing mechanisms rather than creating new bodies. And I think there are several good reasons for doing that. The first is, as we've already heard throughout the hearing so far, there is very strong work already taking place, and it's important to build on that work and harness it and coordinate it rather than disrupt it with major reform. The second point I would make as well is that an explicit three-pillar whole-of-government approach should be designed to promote coordination and collaboration, but we need to be cautious that it's not used to leave one of the pillars less well-funded than the others. We're already in an environment where aid spending is declining, and a whole-of-government approach should look at the value that is provided by humanitarian development assistance to conflict prevention in our region and not be used to leave it underfunded and push money into places like defence instead.
Thank you. Nonviolent Peace Force, in your submission, you state that, quote, MP and its partners have emphasised strengthening systems that enable communities to anticipate and respond to emerging violent threats before they escalate. Central to this approach has been the development of early warning and early response mechanisms within communities. Your submission describes EWER systems that you've developed to track indicators of potential violence across communities. Can I ask for more detail about how that works? What does the system actually look like technically? And who collects data? Who's analysing it? How quickly can a response be triggered? And then ask, is the Australian government using utilising all the tools and mechanisms potentially available to it in this space?
Thank you for the question. Felicity Gray from NP. I think the example that we dig into in our submission relates specifically to the Philippines. The way that early warning, early response, or EWER works, particularly when it's designed by and for civilians, as we also kind of recommend, depends on what those civilians have access to, what kinds of communication tools they have, what their security concerns are. And so obviously it's very context specific. There are more formal mechanisms. So the EWER that we describe in the context of the Philippines is one such formalized mechanism where you have clearer lines of early warning indicators that are monitored by communities and then reported through the formal peace agreement structure that NP is also a party to. And then you have more organic versions of early warning, early response. So right now, for example, violence is escalating significantly in South Sudan. Those communities have very variable access to telecommunications and technology. And so there are more organic ways of sharing information, whether that's verbally or through phone calls, how that is then centrally held by, in some cases, an INGO like NP, and others, community-oriented mechanisms. And ideally, communities themselves have kind of sat down and had a discussion, and that's the kind of work that INGOs like NP do, where they themselves identify those indicators that would lead one to suggest that violence is increasing. So if we see a drop in people moving freely around in a market, for example, that could be one indicator that people can report against. And when we see that pattern and it matches against other indicators, that's a trigger for responses to be taken. In terms of response, again, our submission speaks to a couple of different examples, but the real goal is to prevent the violence from happening. And that often involves engaging with parties to a conflict to find out, what their priorities are in that moment, what they're thinking, what can be done to ensure that civilians aren't caught in crossfire or in mis and disinformation even. It can be a rumour control activity. So it can look many different kinds of ways. It's very context dependent. And the closer to communities and those most impacted by violence it is, the more effective. And so in terms of orientation of the Australian government, I think we need to be very careful to make sure that we are really investing in those programs that are closest to the ground.
Mm-hmm. So what role would you argue that Australia could play in strengthening regional early warning systems or supporting partner governments to identify conflict risks earlier?
I think the role that Australia has played in the Philippines is a great example, where you have civilian mechanisms integrated into the formalised peace agreement framework, which is not the norm. Usually these are very kind of militarised agreements between parties to a conflict, and they're quite disconnected from the experiences of civilians. Even though research shows when you have that civilian integration in those kinds of mechanisms, they're much more sustained and effective and likely to last. And so the question that we should be asking, I think, in every initiative that Australia is supporting or seeking to support, and in the ways that we engage with our regional counterparts, is how are civilians integrated in this? What are those civilian mechanisms that are present? And if they're not, we need that in-house capacity within DFAT to be able to identify those opportunities and provide that guidance alongside our partners to make sure that that civilian integration happens.
You're on mute, Chair.
Thank you. For a question for Afida, the Timor-Leste annex of your submission describes over 2 decades of sustained partnership with Timorese trade unions, and your submission notes that, quote, trade unions are important actors within broader civil society in maintaining accountability of governments and other conflict actors to the civilian population. Can you talk a bit about why that program has been successful? And then across the 3 case studies in your submission, what's the common thread that makes the difference between a development program that genuinely contributes to conflict prevention and one that doesn't?
Yeah, thank you very much for the question, Chair. I think taking the last bit of your question first, I think the common thread is really this partnership approach and the strong people-to-people links that have been built. And I think the Timor-Leste example is a great one in terms of decades of the Australian trade union movement working primarily through AFIDA to establish and maintain these long partnerships with Timorese workers. And this has really, been critical to the post-independence peace building. So, we've worked to support the establishment of independent democratic trade unions, and also supporting the establishment of a national union confederation there. Also providing facilitating vocational education and skills development, and this has been a persistent issue in terms of access to skills and employment for young people, and a driver of social tension and instability. So that's a crucial element of peace building. Australian unions and Union Aid Abroad AFIDA also contributed to the establishment of free mass media that supported, popular participation in elections, policy debates, and nation building. And also have worked with unions to strengthen women's participation and leadership in the union movement, including awareness of rights, advocacy on gender-based violence, etc. So I think it's really this what we call this sort of solidarity approach, this partnership approach, and long-term sustained partnership between Australian unions and Timorese unions has been really successful. I'll just check if Catherine had anything to add to that response. Yeah, great. Thank you.
I'm drilling down on that. Can I ask what specific accountability functions do unions perform that others can't in this context, and ask how should that distinction inform DFAT's partner selection?
Yeah, I think unions obviously play a key role through their industrial role in terms of advocating for decent work, collective bargaining, advocating for pay rises. These are critical to ensuring economic equality and reducing inequality. I'm sorry, Chair, can you just repeat the last bit of the question there? Thank you.
And how can the unique specific accountability that unions offer in these contexts, how should that inform DFAT's partner selection?
Yeah, in terms of accountability, I think just the role that trade unions play in terms of being a really important pillar of democratic civil society, being a way that workers can engage in the political process, that social dialogue role that they play. And so really, we were, explaining in our submission really that should be considered as an important element from the Australian government in terms of partnering with civil society. If we're looking at really the backsliding of democracy, the rise of authoritarianism in our region, trade unions have a critical role to play in terms of our democratic governance structures, and also that sort of accountability role that they play with governments and in the tripartite social dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the themes of people operating in fragile or conflict-affected environments that's come through in this inquiry is this call for the introduction of a legislated humanitarian exemption across Australia's sanctions framework. Do you see this as a priority, and could you discuss the risks for organisations operating in these kinds of environments without this exemption? Is this something that's affected your organisations or perhaps organisations you've previously been a part of?
Um, perhaps I can just jump in quickly. Felicity Gray from Nonviolent Peace Force. Directly, no, but it's an issue that we have advocated in strong coalition with over many years with many other humanitarian organisations as essential to protecting humanitarian space, to protecting humanitarian work, to protecting civilians' access to humanitarian aid. Without those exemptions, it's very easy for humanitarian organisations to run into serious legal issues in the course of their work. It not only impacts the actual implementation, but it has a chilling effect. If those exemptions aren't in place, then aid just in a risk mitigation strategy, organisations will choose not to engage regardless. So broadly speaking, it's a super important issue, and I'm glad that the committee is considering it.
Ollie May from Koala. Look, I agree with much of what's been said in the hearings around the challenges that diversion and legislation around sanctions and prescribed groups presents to humanitarian organisations. The issue, I think, is that this is very nuanced. It's important not to downplay the risk of diversion. It is a very real risk of diversion. And when we researched this in 2020, we found 16 different forms of diversion risk. There's certainly scope for a targeted licensing-based exemption regime. The challenge, of course, would be in how that's administrated. That's what's done in the US, that's what's done in the UK. But I think there is a risk with blanket exemptions around disincentivizing investment in the right controls and practices to protect Australian aid from being diverted to armed actors and other negative groups. That, I think, is actually a protection of humanitarian workers issue. And the reason I say that is because if we have a humanitarian exemption under Australian law for Australians, many of the organisations working in this space do so using locally engaged staff and in places where there is no such exemption. So you could create a challenge where higher up in the organisation, there is a greater sense of comfort, and lower down in the organisation, at the front line, there's still real risk. And unfortunately, the aid sector, whether it's Australia or anywhere else, has a long history of transferring risk to our local workers and our local partners. So I would urge the committee to consider that nuanced picture as well when looking at this really challenging issue that does affect humanitarians.
And Catherine Middleton from Union Abroad, AFIDA. So AFIDA is supportive of a humanitarian exemption. We have programs with a local partner in Palestine, and we hear from them about the impacts of the lack of exemption, the lack of Australian aid funding, and as Felicity mentioned, the chilling effect that it has. It means that it reduces the resources that those local organisations have access to, and it's a very complex aid delivery context, but we know that local organisations that are secular have access to civilian populations and have mechanisms in place to mitigate risks of diversion, risks to staff. The reality of living and working in that context is very complicated for them, but restriction of resources for them does not help that situation. Thanks.
Thank you. Give the call to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I have a few questions. The first one is in relation to Koala. So can you tell me, in your recommendations in relation to advocating for a greater proportion of Australian aid to be earmarked as support costs for implementing partners, I was interested in what those support costs were. If you could just provide me with some further context, please.
Thank you, Mr. Abella. Ollie May. I think, when we're looking at support costs, we're looking at things like the items I outlined in my opening statement. We're looking at things like audit, looking at procurement, we're looking at logistics, we're looking at the kind of controls that we use to ensure that aid isn't diverted and that it goes where it needs to. These are often thought about as overhead or administration costs, which I would suggest is a misnomer. They are important risk mitigation and management tools. And broadly speaking, many organisations, whether they are managing contractors or NGOs or other actors in the aid space, continue to try to deliver maximal impact with really lean systems as a result of our the public's perception. I think that that is appropriate. Actually, I think the balance is wrong, and it really needs to be addressed to improve the safety of aid and its impact.
Thank you. And just on that, one of the things that I think I've been quite surprised about as we've been conducting this inquiry is in relation to the number of different players in this space and the number of different aid practitioners that partner with Australia to deliver aid. Do you think in relation to those support costs that there's any opportunity for us to streamline those costs if we were to streamline the amount of organisations that are and the amount of groups that are being used to deliver aid?
Ollie May, I think that the plurality and the diversity of organisations involved in delivering humanitarian development aid is a massive strength, both of the global sector and of the Australian sector. And actually, we should be looking for ways to increase partnering and working together between those actors. I think if we want to streamline aid, then we need to look at how we create better cost efficiency and cost effectiveness in the context of a better balance between support costs and delivery costs, and that is what would change between those groups. So, what that would look like to help managing contractors to deliver aid more safely would look differently to how you would support the ANCP or other NGOs to have better support mechanisms.
Thank you. The next question's to Union Aid Abroad. Just in relation to your recommendation to ensure that programs in conflict and post-conflict situations incorporate locally led interventions for internally displaced people and refugees. I was just wondering if you could tell me a bit more about what those locally led interventions are, and if you've got an example of what that would look like.
Thank you, Claire, Union Aid Abroad feeder. Yes, we do have some good examples of partners that we work with on the Thai-Myanmar border that work with refugees. So, for instance, the Karen Women's Organisation is a mass ethnic organisation that works along the border. And they provide services in the refugee camps along the Thai-Myanmar border, including education, health. They've got a really representative structure. They provide essential services, but also empowerment and education. This is a really, that is a locally led approach by that community, and they really have the trust and support of that community. So those are the kinds of interventions that we're speaking about. I'll just check if Catherine had anything to add to that in terms of other examples.
Just to build a little on the KWO example that they take an active role in advocating for their communities as well. So they're not only providing service delivery and humanitarian development work, they're also gathering the voices of women and communities and what their needs are that are facing displacement, and can elevate those to decision makers and aid funders.
Great, thank you. And we previously had, in the previous session, we had a Commonwealth department in, and I asked the question about how they measure, this is defence, how they measure success in this space. And I know it is something that is tricky to measure, but do you have, and I guess this is a question to everybody, do you have internal ways that you measure success, and in particular, if you've got any ways of measuring success in relation to conflict prevention? Now, it's obviously going to be challenging to measure something that doesn't actually, occur, and that is conflict. But are there any metrics that you use, or is there any review process that you have as organisations that incorporates your ability to, or your success in alleviating or preventing conflict?
Maybe I can jump in. There's a lot of good examples of monitoring, evaluation and learning, MEAL as we call it in the sector, systems that different organisations use to map their impact, to understand whether the things that they've done to try and support a peace process, to try and prevent conflict, have in fact been effective. We want to make sure that not only are we having an impact, but that we're not doing harm as well. So it's part of our accountability to communities as well as to donors. In Nonviolent Peace Force, we have a MEAL system. We have recently integrated an additional piece that's an adaptation from Search for Common Ground. I know that they also provided a submission to this inquiry. They have a model called the Peace Impact Framework that is itself an adaptation of a quite academic effectiveness and impact measurement system called Everyday Peace Indicators. And I guess the similarity of the more academic, research-heavy version and then the more kind of practitioner-friendly, agile version that we can more easily use in the field is that it's based on, in part, civilian-led indicators. So their perceptions of peace, them saying, okay, this is when I feel safe, this is when I don't, as well as expert testimony and other pieces of data that we track as part of our work. So yeah, it's a very important part of the work we do. We want to be sure that we're having the impact that we are desiring in terms of conflict prevention.
Thank you.
Catherine Middleton from Union Aid Abroad. I think, as you acknowledged, it's a complex space to try and measure, and that's why in our submission we kind of referred to longer form case studies. I think those sort of qualitative measurements, which can be harder to put in one aggregated form and say, here's the number that represents the impact, but that is the most effective way to look at how is the society functioning. Is it peaceful? Are there democratic indicators in place? Has there been mechanisms to deal with low-level conflict that prevent escalation? So that is a complex answer, but I think that's the reality of conflict prevention. It's a complex environment to work in.
Thank you.
Polly May, I would very much agree with Afida's point on the value of qualitative and narrative-based assessment and indicators. I think another is proxy indicators. Yes, it's very hard to prove a negative, but if at the outset of an investment, for example, at the investment note stage, we require consideration of conflict prevention, then we can say that whatever the program is doing, is what it's done going to contribute to that. So, for example, justice programs have conflict preventative effect, gender programs, health programs, education programs. So we can use those to assess whether the outcomes of those programs reduce the grievance and the livelihood and the other need issues that would have given rise to conflict.
Thank you. I think that's all from me, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy. Mr. Newman.
Well, thank you very much to all of you. Terrific submissions, can I say, to all of you. When I was looking at your submission, Dr. Gray, I started looking at the historical perspectives, and you talk about conflict resolution being invisible. You can't really see it beforehand. But just to pick up the Deputy Chair's questions in the last little bit, I'm just interested in the fragility of societies and governments as well, because that's really critical for our national security, particularly in the Indo-Pacific region. And I'm very keen because, Dr. Gray, you talk about strengthening supports for community-based early warning. Now, I'm very interested in that because history, you talk about the 59 conflicts currently since they're operating presently, and we've got more since World War II. I thought a bit about that, and I thought, where in history have there been governments or regimes that you thought would never end and then they end really quickly? I'm sure we can all think of them. I think of two in particular, the Plantagenets that ruled England for hundreds and hundreds of years that, Richard III died, the defeat at the Battle of Bosworth in 1485, or the decline of the Russian Revolution in 1917, that Romanovs have been there since 1613. So where do we get that? How can we find that? Because all of us are really wise in hindsight in history. We go, oh, that was going to fall there. That regime or that government was going to fall. That society is going to fall apart. How do we get that point where we look at the fragility of a society, not just the conflict, the fragility of that society? Dr. Gray.
Thank you for the question. I definitely can't speak to Richard III, but I'll do my best on some other case studies. It's a really good question. I think I was reading through some of the other submissions that were made, and one of the points that another stakeholder had kind of emphasised was that not enough prevention investment is happening in the early stages when we should be really assessing for fragility. Prior to my current position where I'm based in Geneva, I was based in Washington, D.C., and the US has an Atrocity Prevention Act and an Atrocity Prevention Framework that although imperfect and imperfectly implemented, the goal is to really identify those early warning indicators on a regional and national scale so that we know not just kind of where is in really critical hot conflict currently, but who could be there in 5 years, 3 years, 2 years' time, and make those interventions now. So they have an atrocity prevention framework, it's an analysis framework. Their embassies and different partners feed into that so that an analysis can be made of those indicators so that then investments can be made in fragile settings to prevent them from getting to the stage where the regime needs to fall. And then I think in more hot situations, it's really about, a contemporary example is Syria. It was unexpected that
no one thought that was going to fall like that in a matter of days, did they?
Exactly. And I think there are many different reasons for that, and I'm not an expert on Syria, but what I do know is that there is a very strong active civil society that was present that entire time and that are now really being the core of rebuilding that community. And so supporting civil society organisations throughout conflict cycles to continue to survive, to do their work, even in very restrictive settings, because it is still possible and they're often the only ones that have that access and can do that peace building work. It's not INGOs, it's community-based networks that have that reach. That's, I think, one of the most impactful contributions that we can make. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, my only second and final question, Chair, is to our comrades in the union movement, which is that the importance of trade unions in the Indo-Pacific region, how important they are, the role they play in conflict prevention, and you're suggesting that we provide more aid towards those civil society groups, including unions. So I'm interested in you exploring that a bit further. that's a really easy question for you too.
Thanks. We like the easy questions. Yes, look, I mean, I think, in many uh, contexts in the Indo-Pacific, I mean, trade unions, are, one of the key pillars of civil society, and their role as democratic institutions, I think, means that we need to look at them seriously in terms of a development actor in our region, and as I said before, in terms of this context of rising authoritarianism and a backsliding of rights and democracy. I mean, trade union actions towards decent work, around, collective bargaining for fair pay and conditions, organising informal sector workers, reducing insecurity, also inclusive organising. So unions organising women workers, migrant workers, workers with disability, advocating for social protection systems. Yeah, all of these are really key to addressing inequality and poverty. So, so we think that trade unions play a really important role in terms of peace and democracy and building stability in our region. And yes, we think this partnership approach, working with civil society organisations, including trade unions, is a really important way that the Australian aid program can really be looking at that conflict prevention and building, supporting the building of these strong elements of a democratic civil society.
And would you say it's just it's a very good non-violent way to express your desire for change and agitate in a way that doesn't involve violence, but involves, expressing your rights and seeking lawful change?
Well, that's exactly right. I think the sort of, when we say social dialogue, what we're talking about are these sort of mechanisms that, yes, to channel grievances really through a sort of formal mechanism, through collective bargaining, or through having a voice, in a national policy debate through your union. That those are critical ways that yes, that unions can assist in conflict prevention, and yes, without those sort of mechanisms, yes, grievances erupt in other ways.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Templeman.
Thank you. Thanks to all of you for being part of this discussion. I'm interested in really getting a sense of how the reduced or how reduced you're seeing multilateral institutions, the consequence of a reduction in multilateral institutions across the regions that you work in due to the withdrawal of major donor countries, and just what impact you're seeing from that and whether it's affecting your own organisations directly.
Ollie May, I'm happy to begin. So I completed designing Australia's Myanmar Bangladesh humanitarian package just before the summer break, which is a $370 million 3-year package to support the Rohingya and host communities in southeast Bangladesh and conflict-affected communities across Myanmar. The situation we encountered as a result of aid drops was really stark. There were points where it looked like food would run out in the camps in southeast Bangladesh in a matter of months. Things like LPG running out. We had partners tell us that their capacity had dropped to 45% of what it was. The lesson I think to take away from that is that there's a lot that Australia can do here. And we factored in some of those basic needs and the need to shore up some of those multilateral institutions and their programming into that design. So, for example, having seen the closure of education centres in Cox's Bazar, we were able to prioritise education as part of what we were looking to do. But I think, and it's in Koala's submission, that Australia has a duty to support the rule of law and to support UN and multilateral systems at this time.
Catherine from Union Aid Abroad. AFIDA hasn't been directly impacted by the US aid cuts, but many of our local partner organisations in the region have. For us, particularly partners in Cambodia and on the Thai-Myanmar border. Similarly, I think to the issues in Cox's Bazar and Bangladesh, support for refugees in the camps on Thailand, on the Thai-Myanmar border was drastically reduced and led to some very immediate shocks as well, in terms of no kind of warning time for people to be able to adapt to the situation of, showing up to a health clinic and it being closed the day after the stop work notices were issued. So it has had a substantial impact. In terms of UN and multilaterals, a lot of the cuts haven't fully rolled out yet, which is one of the concerning things. We know that there are further reductions that will come into play in the next couple of years. So it's hard to say right now exactly what the long-term impact is going to be. But yes, we are concerned around ILO programs in our region and their role in supporting social dialogue and capacity building, which may be at risk.
Thank you. Just as a follow-up question, are you able to say that at this point, as a result of that diminished support, that it sounds like it's certainly raised risk levels in certain areas, but are you able to say that there's been an increase in conflict as a result of it, or has the sector been able to mitigate that in this very sort of early stage?
Perhaps. Okay. I'll just jump in quickly. I think the last time I checked, the global humanitarian aid envelope had halved. So we're seeing those trends not go in the right direction in terms of violence and conflict, at the same time that that our capacity to respond to those needs of people is reduced by at least half. And what's happening is, instead of being able to holistically look at a situation, for example, Sudan, and make sure that people have what they need, there's a trend towards hyper-prioritization. This is the new buzzword in the sector. And that's reshaping all of the response plans to this back-to-basics approach. So food, water, sanitation, emergency shelter. And so you see this shift away from a wider range of programmings, including conflict prevention and protection of civilians, and also away from longer term programming to this very short term stop the bleed, but it's not having long-term effects. So that will continue to seed violence, definitely. There's an excellent report out that I'll just highlight from Ground Truth Solutions called the Global Trends Analysis. And I did grab some statistics from there before the call. For example, reduced protection programming is increasing risks of gender-based violence, sexual violence and child abuse, and limiting access to services for survivors. In DRC, 250,000 children are expected to miss out on violence prevention. In Yemen, 22 safe spaces have closed, denying support to more than 11,000 women and girls, and 1.8 million children are projected to miss out on education and learning due to aid cuts. So, as Catherine mentioned, we're not even in the worst crunch point of this aid crisis yet, but we're already seeing really egregious impacts on people in the places that we work.
Well, I'd build on Dr. Gray's excellent points as well, to emphasise that it's also not just about a decline in dedicated conflict prevention programming, it's about the impact that competition for resources is known to have on communities. So when basic needs are greater because they're more unmet, then the impact on conflict is clear. In Bangladesh and Myanmar, for example, that's a program that seeks to positively impact regional security through humanitarian interventions. And we know, for example, that basic needs programming education can reduce grievance and hopelessness, It doesn't take a genius to recognise that taking those things away can have the opposite effect, and that can have regional security implications that do affect Australia.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you all. Thank you for your time today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by close of business on Friday, 5 June 2026. Please note that any responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. Members, if you'd like to provide additional questions on notice for witnesses, please provide them to the Secretariat by close of business on Monday, 11 May 2026. Witnesses, you'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to transcription errors. I now suspend the subcommittee's public hearing until 11:30. its public hearing for its inquiry into the role of Australia's international development program in preventing conflict. This hearing will be broadcast on the Parliament's website, and the proof and official transcripts of proceedings will be published on the committee's website. I now welcome Dr. Cameron Hill, Dr. Nemtullah Bizan, and Dr. Terence Wood to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, could you please state your name and the capacity in which you appear before the committee in the order that I just introduced you?
Thank you, Chair. My name's Dr. Cameron Hill. I'm a senior researcher here at the Development Policy Centre at the ANU's Crawford Centre for Public Policy.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Nimad Bejan. I'm a senior lecturer at the Development Policy Centre at the Australian National University.
Hi, my name is Dr. Terence Wood, and I'm a researcher here at the Development Policy Centre too.
Thank you. I now invite committee members present on the call at the moment to introduce themselves.
Hi everyone, Leon Rebello, Federal Member for McPherson on the Gold Coast and Deputy Chair of this committee.
Shane Ehrman, Federal Member for Blair around Ipswich in South East Queensland.
Susan Templeman, Federal Member for Macquarie on the edge of Sydney and Blue Mountains.
Although the subcommittee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament, and the giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Witnesses giving evidence from overseas should be aware that whilst they are entitled to the protections of parliamentary privilege in Australia, with respect to the evidence that they give, these protections may not extend to any other country. I now invite each of you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to questions. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before making your opening statement and when responding to each question. Dr. Hill, if you would like to lead us off.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the committee for inviting my colleagues and I to join you today. Yeah, Dr. Cameron Hill here. So I'll just briefly talk about my submission, and I'd like to focus on three key themes of the submission. The first theme is the need for a focused approach. As you'll see from my submission, under current budget settings, the Australia's Development Assistance Program will remain flat in real terms at around 2007 levels until 2037. At the same time, Australia is asking its development program to do more and more. Statecraft, improving gender equality, addressing climate change, addressing cyber and maritime security, economic growth and aid for trade, supporting regional diplomatic architecture, helping deliver basic health and education services, improving governance and state effectiveness and accountability, to name but a few. This trade-off, I guess, between breadth and depth was highlighted in the recent OECD peer review of Australia's development program, which was published in June. And I personally struggle to think of any other area of public policy we're asking so much with so little. I think there's a large and growing gap between the government's expanded ambition for its development program, which I laud, and its flatlining resources. So given these finance and stretched resources, where can we make the most difference? I would argue that this demands a focus on the countries of Melanesia and Timor-Leste. These are the countries that we know the most and where much of our aid goes. Outside of these countries, I argue we should work primarily through credible multilateral, regional and non-government partners. The second theme of my submission is evidence-based prioritisation. What do we know about already works and what doesn't work in particular contexts like the Melanesian countries? How do we incorporate local knowledge, particularly the insights of local leaders and local women leaders? And also recognising that humanitarian and other forms of aid can actually make the situation worse, if not well designed. As can what we are doing in the security domain, given that police and military actors are often protagonists in elite competition for power and resources in fragile and conflict-affected countries. Competition around aid and security assistance between donors within these countries can make the situation worse. So I argue for the role of evaluation, research, and conflict sensitivity analysis, particularly in those countries where we are a large donor and we are also providing large amounts of security sector support. And my colleague Nimat will talk more about the international evidence base. Thirdly and finally, I argue for a focus on strengthening DFAT and whole of government development capability and systems. While there's been some market improvement and additional resourcing in recent years, DFAT's development capability remains diminished since the integration of AusAid and DFAT a decade ago. The recent OECD review highlighted the need for better feedback loops through strengthened evaluation capability, greater contestability around upstream program choices, and the importance of DFAT's locally engaged staff as a source of continuity with a deep understanding of the context within which we are working. My colleague Terence Wood can talk more about what that looks like in regard to our PNG aid program. And just before I finish, Chair, I know you're a big reader and I'm a former researcher at the Parliamentary Library. So I was going to offer a reading recommendation, which I've been reading in the lead up to this hearing. And it's a book called Why We Fight by the American development economist Chris Blackman. And Blackman makes the argument that more often than not, the groups tend to successfully manage conflict and avoid violence, precisely because they have learned how costly it is. And we're working often in countries that have a long history of sophisticated local systems and norms around conflict management and the management and avoidance of violence. But the book also explores the conditions under which these conflict management systems can break down and what can be done to repair them through improving elite accountability, building interdependence between groups, and strengthening confidence in mutual commitments. But he ends by saying we must be humble and willing to learn as we go. Thank you.
I always welcome unsolicited book recommendations. I know that Mr. Newman does as well. I've certainly followed Mr. Blackman's blogging for some years, so this is
amen to that,
appropriate.
Tim.
You endorse that?
Absolutely.
I will be sure to. I'll take that as a prompt to follow up on his book. Thank you, Dr. Bisan.
Chair and the members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. So in my submission, I draw on more than 2 decades of research and professional experience as a practitioner in senior public rules in Afghanistan and also in later in Papua New Guinea, especially my work with the LSE Oxford Convention on State Fragility. The core message of my submission is simple, that Australian aid can play an important role in preventing conflict in the region and beyond, but only when it is realistic in its objectives, is politically informed, locally grounded, coordinated across government and sustained beyond short project cycles. Conflict is increasing globally, particularly in fragile states, as my colleague Cameron stated. These are contexts where governments struggle with capacity, authority, and legitimacy. We have the cases in the past week, such as Papua New Guinea. In such settings, aid is not neutral. Fully designed aid can reinforce exclusion, distort incentives, or unintentionally deepen grievances. But well-designed aid can help build resilience, strengthen institutions, expand opportunities, and reduce the drivers of conflict. For Australia, conflict prevention is not only a humanitarian issue, it's also a strategic one, particularly in the Pacific, where instability can have direct implications for Australia's security and regional relationships. In the case for conflict prevention is strong. It costs less than responding to it. Based on my submission, I make 4 recommendations. First, Australia should embed conflict sensitivity across aid design and delivery. This means understanding local power relations, source of grievance, community dynamics, and the risk that aid may unintentionally benefit some groups over others. Aid objectives should also be realistic. Development assistance can support peace building, but it cannot substitute for political settlements or resolve deep-rooted conflict on its own. Local ownership is therefore essential. Second, Australia should prioritize programs that build resilience and expand inclusive economic opportunities. In many fragile and conflict-affected settings, economic marginalization, youth unemployment, and repeated shocks contribute to instability. It should therefore support livelihoods, local markets, basic services, and economic infrastructure, especially in communities most exposed to violence or exclusion. This is important because inclusive economic opportunities can reduce vulnerability and increase the opportunity cost of violence. Third, Australia should support locally driven public dialogue and political settlement processes. Conflict is often rooted not only in poverty or weak services, but in unresolved grievances, exclusion from decision-making, and contested authority. It can help by supporting credible peace negotiations, mediation, and consensus building, including at community and subnational levels. This is particularly important in contexts when formal institutions coexist with customary and informal governance systems, as in parts of the Pacific, including PNG. Fourth, Australia should invest in sustained research and analytical capacity on conflict and fragility and resilience. At present, to the best of my knowledge, Australia does not have a dedicated long-term research program focused on these issues holistically. Also, my colleague Cam mentioned about such an investment would help Australia anticipate risk, design better intervention, and learn from what works and what does not in fragile and conflict-affected contexts. I don't have any recommendations of any any books, but with that, I stop here. Thank you, and I would be very pleased to respond to your questions.
Some room to improve the next time before you appear before this committee. Thank you. Dr. Wood.
Yeah, thank you very much for the chance to talk. My research is focused on aid and also on countries such as in Melanesia, such as Papua New Guinea. Indeed, I'm in Papua New Guinea at present. And my submission was on Australian aid in Papua New Guinea, and in particular, how to make it as effective as possible. So Papua New Guinea is the largest recipient of Australian aid, and Australia is by far and away the largest donor to Papua New Guinea. Australia's focus on PNG is smart. Papua New Guinea has very poor development outcomes, and of particular relevance to today's discussion, Papua New Guinea is a fragile state and has serious security issues. Papua New Guinea is also within swimming distance of Australia, particularly if you're not afraid of crocodiles. However, while the focus on Papua New Guinea is smart, it's also true that Papua New Guinea is a very difficult country to give aid effectively in. Its geography is challenging and it's also poorly governed. And the best available data from DFAT show that Australian aid projects are underperforming in Papua New Guinea. And this certainly fits with the anecdotal evidence that I hear from aid workers who are here in Port Moresby. Now, to be clear, I'm not claiming that all Australian aid fails in Papua New Guinea, certainly not. You can find good examples of successful Australian aid projects in this country. However, given that Australian aid is important in Papua New Guinea and given that the future of Papua New Guinea will impact Australia one way or another, it's crucial that Australia makes its aid program as effective as possible here. And I provide a range of suggestions in my submission on how that might be done, but the one that I'd really like to emphasise now is that the Australian government really needs to foster genuine aid expertise on Papua New Guinea within DFAT. It needs aid workers who focus solely on Papua New Guinea and who do not rotate around between countries and who do not rotate between diplomatic and aid-related roles. And DFAT, above and beyond anything else, also needs a lot more aid workers here. Many more of its staff need to be focused on aid. And I think the easiest way to do all this would be to set up a specialised PNG aid-focused entity here within DFAT. So that's all I have to say at this point in time. Happy to take your questions or discuss anything else in my proposal. Thank you very much for the chance to speak.
Thank you all for your submissions and your appearance for this committee. Can I ask a big picture question about a theme that comes through all of your submissions, and that's the institutional capability, or maybe even just the institutional memory within DFAT when it comes to conflict sensitivity analysis, conflict prevention. Dr. Hill, in your submission, you note that, quote, there are a number of more recent program evaluations on DFAT's website which are relevant to the conflict fragility and development agenda, but there's no current overarching policy guidance synthesising key lessons or articulating Australia's approach in priority countries. Dr. Wood, in your submission, as you just noted, you've said that, quote, at present, DFAT staff spend comparatively short periods of time posted in PNG before being transferred to different roles in different parts of the world, and as a result, opportunities for institutional learning are lost. And Dr. Bisan, you write that, quote, Australia does not currently maintain a dedicated long-term research program focused explicitly on conflict, fragility and resilience. I'd just like to drill down in this institutional capability question. But before I do that, can I just ask, there has been organisational change in DFAT with this strategy and conflict prevention branch. Can I just ask why, in your perspective, that structure isn't sufficient to meet this need?
Thanks, Chair. Yeah, Dr. Cameron Hill here. I'll maybe chime in first. My colleagues can elaborate. Look, I mean, as far as I understand, that part of DFAT is focused on kind of a whole spectrum of conflict, from kind of great power conflict to perhaps more localized versions of conflict. I guess in terms of specialization, and as Dr. Wood said, where the majority of aid goes, we particularly in the Pacific and Timor-Leste, I guess we would argue that share of aid going to those countries probably merits kind of a specific group. And from my point of view, I actually think these units often work better in country. Then you may have obviously kind of facilitators back in Canberra who are kind of sharing knowledge and kind of breaking down silos. But I do think the most value from kind of specialised units comes from having that expertise within the country. Working with local staff, working with local researchers, working with local organisations. So it's not so. Yeah, I think it's less about kind of what it is, but I think it's much about where it is, that expertise, and having that, as Dr. Wood said, having that kind of dedicated in-country expertise as much as anything.
Can I just, before we move on from that, and this is a really interesting distinction, can I just ask, what are the categories of conflict prevention expertise here? I mean, there's situational in-country expertise and knowledge of drivers of conflict in a specific country context. I assume there's also an academic body of literature more broadly about the way you go about conflict sensitivity analysis that could draw lessons from other fragile and conflict affected environments. You're arguing that to sort of, I guess, prioritise the in-country expertise, but how would you effectively synthesise in both directions from the country context to the core or to the central agency in the Australian government if you did things that way? Particularly noting Dr. Wood's comments about rotating staff through DFAT in country.
Yeah, I think conflict and development and conflict and fragility, I guess, are also development specializations within themselves. And as I kind of mentioned, people like Chris Blackman, they come from different disciplines. Some of them are economists, some of them are anthropologists, or whatever. I mean, I think they're not kind of mutually exclusive. I would have in Canberra. Certainly people who can kind of collate evidence across programs and feed that into, designs, and as I said, kind of break down those silos. So I think, it's a combination of, I would probably emphasize, if in kind of prioritizing resources, a strong in-country presence in those priority countries. I talked about Melanesia and Timor-Leste, and then, but certainly with a kind of a knowledge brokering role back in Canberra, working across programs, and kind of feeding that information up the chain within Canberra. So it's not mutually exclusive, I guess. I would probably prioritise the in-country dimension more than.
Yeah, certainly not mutually exclusive, and they feed back into each other. Yeah.
I might just chip in to emphasise a point about Papua New Guinea. So Papua New Guinea is the most ethno-linguistically diverse country on Earth, more than 840 different languages spoken here. The clientelist nature of its politics makes it quite different from some other developing countries. Its low economic growth makes it quite different from some other other developing countries. Its high level of ruralization makes it very different from many other developing countries too. So I totally support having thematic expertise, and I broadly agree with what Cam's just said too, but there's going to be no substitute for having contextual, on-the-ground expertise here. It's just such unique context.
Yeah, I echo with my colleagues, Terence and Tam, and also would like to highlight in terms of both local expertise and also expertise in Canberra or in Australia. So one lesson learned is that conflict differs. So what we have seen in Bougainville and PNG differs than the source drivers of conflict in Solomon Island and other parts of the Pacific or other countries. So in terms of the institution capacity, in particular, what we need is an opportunity for exchange of lessons among the local experts and also those working through aid programs. And if we making a comparison with other contexts or aid agencies in the UK, US, they have invested on such capabilities in the UK. So especially not only through the government or aid institutions, but also through independent research institutions such as Oxford, LSE, and bringing practitioners, researchers, politicians together to work and study the lessons learned. So this is the kind of capability we also need here in terms of informing the aid policies, both in Canberra but at the local level. But coming to the question of local expertise, it's quite complex, especially when we are talking about conflict. We need to also distinguish what types of conflict we are focusing on, whether it's like local disputes, national conflict, what types of conflict, especially coming to the question of some of the examples. For example, in Afghanistan, we had the National Solidarity Program. It was a locally driven, aid-funded development program, which helped to reduce conflict or prevent conflict and empower local citizens. But because of the lack of a sound political settlement mechanism, it failed at the end. I should stop that.
Thank you. I mean, so we're grappling with how to, collate and share on the ground expertise in conflict prevention in this conversation. What about the coordination challenge? I mean, somewhere like PNG, we have lines of effort across development, across policing, across defence. How best can we share that expertise across the different parts of government? I'm not sure if you're listening to the previous sessions earlier this morning about where I was asking defence and AFP officials how disagreements in either emphasis or perspectives are resolved across our efforts in country. What's the best way for us to think about that institutionally?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Cameron Hill here again. Yeah, I think ideally, these agencies would come together around things like conflict sensitivity analysis. I think, as I said, as well as our aid program, we do provide, as you mentioned, a lot of security sector support in some of these countries. And I guess, things like evaluation, things like research, and things like country strategies are things that we can bring multiple agencies around, even if they might be funded by DFAT. But I think kind of, and this often works better in country at Australian missions overseas than it sometimes does in Canberra. You're usually working in the same building. So again, I think that's partly why I would emphasise in-country resourcing of this kind of work, because that collaboration happens, more easily, more naturally, I think, in country. But I do think, bringing this research is important as a tool for bringing those players together. Whether it's looking at the possible unintended consequences of aid or of security assistance in places like PNG.
Terence Wood here. I have a pretty simple answer to that question. Get more staff. I know that might sound a little silly, but when you're spending a lot of money in a country such as Papua New Guinea, and just based on how hurried everyone is here and how overworked they are, I think that if you just had more people focusing on your various different types of engagement with Papua New Guinea, they would have more time to talk to each other and more time to coordinate. So that would be one piece of advice that I had.
I would like to highlight two things. One is going to be about the staff or experts coming. There is little incentive for, well-experienced ones to go and work in difficult places, conflict-affected places like PNG, because there's less incentive career-wise and also because of the conditions. So that's one thing we need to provide incentive for the experts to go and work in difficult places. And the second one I would like to mention, in places like Papua New Guinea, the governments are fragmented. So when we talk about government, we don't have a unified front. So that's why national dialogues are quite important to bring those entities together and also to support political settlement mechanisms. So it can help change the conditions, reduce conditions for conflict, but it can't work independently. So it shouldn't create, parallel mechanisms to that of local ones. So one of the key lessons would be it's important to work through the government and national institutions, both formal and informal.
Thank you. I might give the call to the Deputy Chair at this point.
Thank you, Chair. One of the questions I had is in relation to, and it's a particular frustration, no doubt, at times, but in relation to the work that you do in research, how effective is that transfer of research into policy? And is there any data that's also being used or researched to understand conflict risk?
I might start with translation of research into policy. This is partly a question, I guess, about incentives for research and evidence uptake within aid agencies. And, this is not peculiar to Australia. The kind of the incentives and the path dependencies to not change things can be very strong in any bureaucracy. I guess we've had some success as a centre in using our research to change kind of aid practice, most recently in areas like transparency. You know, we've done we've had a long-standing research program around the transparency of Australia's aid, and some of that work has now been translated into DFAT's approach to transparency. I think, you know, I think again, the openness to research is probably greater again in country, because I think the appetite and the kind of accessibility is higher than in Canberra sometimes. So again, I'd probably emphasise that, you know, that demand for good insights, credible research, credible evidence is, I think, often greater in country. And thirdly, I'd say, you know, it's about time. It's a you know, finding those opportunities is often about kind of timeliness, and finding those opportunities where the government, the Australian government, for example, is kind of rethinking its approach or looking for new answers. But it's not, you know, it's not easy sometimes, because there are kind of strong incentives not to change things.
Thank you. Was there anybody else who wanted to talk to that, or otherwise I'll go to the next question?
Yeah, yeah, Terence?
No, you go, Nima. Far away.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's one of the challenging questions, especially for the researchers, how that can be translated into concrete policies. So it really comes to the the question that the researcher is looking after and the credibility of the evidence being provided. But one thing I would like to share from my own experience is that at the end of the day, it's politics that matter. So I come across a number of policymakers and leaders who acted against their own recommendations or books they wrote because of the conditions and situation, especially what can be very helpful to engage in a participatory research process to get input from policymakers, practitioners, and also beneficiaries. So that can add to the credibility of policies that can be translated into concrete recommendations.
Terence here, just very quickly. So you mentioned data. I mean, there are good large international databases that map and track conflicts, such as the SIPRI data set, and they're very useful for cross-country studies. You can put the different variables into regressions and so on. However, if you were focused on one country, in this case, say Papua New Guinea, you're probably going to do best from just getting people into the field and conducting qualitative studies, both on individual conflicts and also on conflict resolution or mediation.
Thank you. And just on that, something I'm interested in, I've never been an academic, but I'm interested in the stage at which there is that engagement between the policymakers and the academics. So does that happen sort of post-research, or is there any sort of engagement at a pre-research phase to determine the direction of research as well, to I guess, fill the needs of policymakers?
I mean, I think we would usually engage policymakers as early as possible, I guess, in research. The other thing I would say is at that kind of translation or uptake stage, is finding kind of local champions for research. So finding local reformers, because I think, kind of donors kind of waving pieces of research around, is rarely going to change domestic political incentives. But if you can find those local champions that can take that research and take it into the rooms where it's needed, and often donors aren't in those rooms, it's important to note, that's, I think, they're some of the most powerful examples of research translation I've seen. Terence or Nimat, did you want to add anything?
Okay, and the only other question I had was for you, Dr. Hill. One of the things that you spoke about was how aid can worsen fragility and conflict if poorly designed. I was just wondering if you've got any practical examples that we could kind of use on that. And are there any current aid projects that you would consider risk worsening fragility and conflict?
I think Nimat might be actually better able to provide examples given his experience in Afghanistan. But I guess, the basic issue is if you're entering a situation where local actors are fighting over power and resources and you add a new resource for them to fight over, whether it's material aid, infrastructure, food aid, as we said, if it's not carefully designed, there is the danger of that. And I guess, one of the, I mentioned in my submission, I guess one of the kind of unintended issues around potentially the provision of high-powered weapons for police and security forces into places like PNG and Solomon is the leakage of those weapons into highlands conflicts and so on. And there's been reporting around that. So, I mean, that's not saying we shouldn't work with the police in these countries. Absolutely, we should be. But it does point to the need for kind of conflict sensitivity analysis around that kind of work, which is not directly funded through the aid program, but it's certainly a big part of Australia's engagement. Nimat might be able to add a couple of examples.
Thank you. I would like to give two examples how it can induce conflict. So one is about perversive incentive, and the second one is creating parallel institutions to the public sector or government. In terms of the perverse incentives, going back to Afghanistan, I was also a practitioner. I was working as head of the national budget and also a deputy minister for youth. In areas which was affected by conflict or more insecure areas, donors tried to provide more aid to help reduce the conflict or prevent the conflict. So that this created incentive to those more stable and secure areas. People were making the case, so we need to create some kinds of sort of conflict to attract more aid. So basically, it encouraged more stable, secure places to become more insecure. And the second example I want to share with you is about creating parallel institutions. So after conflict, especially in Afghanistan after 2001, with the presence of NATO and the US forces in Afghanistan, because there was high demand for service delivery, the government was weak, and donors decided to directly deliver services to the beneficiaries. It was plausible, but what about the implications of that decision? They needed to bypass the government permanent institutions, so it created a parallel public sector which was financially much bigger than the state institutions or permanent institutions. So what about the impact of that? It deepened fragmentation within the government, and also it diverted political attention from reforming the government and building its capacity, which could make the programs more sustainable in the future. So these are two examples I can share, and also in my second book, State Fragility, which draws on different regions' lessons learned with some lead authors. We talk about 11 key lessons learned in fragile and conflict-affected situation. I would be happy to share that at some point.
Thank you. I think that's all from me, Chair.
Thank you, Deputy. I'll give the call to Mr. Newman.
Thank you, Chair. I've got really two questions. The first, and they're both directed to Dr. Bizan. In page 5 of your submission, in section 4, you talk about the need for us to have a dedicated long-term research program focusing explicitly on conflict, fragility and resilience. And you quote United Kingdom and the World Bank as having sustained forward-looking analysis. Can you give us some information about what they do and how what they do is better than us? And if you can't right now, if you cannot, then can you take it on notice to give us that information in the future?
Thank you. That's a good question. I would be happy to provide more information later, but in brief, in the UK, we have there is a dedicated section working on state fragility, conflict, and resilience, both through the government and through independent institutions. One of the examples is Oxford University and London School of Economics and Public Policy set up a commission called Commission on State Fragility, Growth and Development. I was the research fellow with that, and we were working across a number of institutions in the world, including from fragile states. And so that would bring practitioners, business leaders, civil society, researchers together to draw on lessons learned and how can we develop policies that can help reduce fragility and build resilience. And also the World Bank has a dedicated program on state fragility, and every year they get together to draw on lessons learned. And that's an ongoing process. And now the LSE Oxford Commission is changed into State Fragility Council. It brings leaders, practitioners together. It's like a platform of dialogue, exchange, and also the most important part is that, to this program, they're working with national leaders to help them devise or to contribute to development of policies. And coming back to here, so I think that having such a kind of holistic, both independent and through the government institution capability can add lots of value, especially coming to state fragility in the Pacific, how to respond to that and conflict, and also how can we learn from other regions. So that link is, I think, to some extent missing.
My second question, and in the previous session I was talking to people, I quoted two regimes that had been operating for a very long time, for hundreds of years, and who collapsed: the Plantagenets in the Middle Ages in England, and the Romanovs during World War I in Russia. And just this concept of fragility. And Dr. Hill, I've got a book for you. It's a few years old, but I read it over Christmas. It's Kai Bird's Outlier, the Unfinished Presidency of Jimmy Carter. And when reading that, I was thinking of this Dr. Bizan's submission. And I read that book a few months ago, and then I read Dr. Bizan's submission, and I thought about that book straight away. Because in that book, it outlines the collapse of the Shah of Iran and how quickly that happened, a bit like the regime in Syria recently. It happened really unexpectedly and really, really quickly, having endured for decades. If you look at what's happening currently in the Middle East, you've got Iran currently in a war against the most powerful military in the world. It's in conflict with large sections or significant sections of its own citizenry as well, but still continues to operate. Certain US spokesperson talk about it having lost a war already, but not being prepared to admit that. So I'm interested in this concept of fragility, because here you've got the Shah of Iran's regime collapsing in 1979 really quickly. And then you've got currently an Islamic revolutionary regime currently at conflict with its own citizenry in large part, yet still in a war with the most powerful military in the world. How do you define fragility? And is that a fragile regime? If you look at what Dr. Bissen talks about, and this question is directed to you, you'd have to think that's not a fragile regime, or it could be. So I'm interested. It's a genuine question to work out what actually is fragility.
Thank you. That's really a good question. In terms of fragility, what we define is that there could be deficiencies in one or more dimensions, such as authority, capacity, and security, but not all of them. One of them could be present. For example, in the case of Iran, legitimacy, lack of legitimacy could be seen as a factor. But also coming to the state fragility and collapse, we have fragile states which are vulnerable to collapse. What happened in Syria? What happened in Afghanistan? But one of the lessons learned from State Fragility Project is among the 13 lessons learned that external actors matter. Especially in the case of Iran, we have regional actors pumping the regime in Iran. We have Russia and other actors supporting. But unlike that in Afghanistan, we didn't have any single regional actor to support the Republican regime in Afghanistan. So after the withdrawal of the American troops from Afghanistan, the regime collapsed. And also in Syria, so regional actors did matter. So one of the lessons learned is that fragility is not a domestic condition, but also it can be shaped and affected by external actors, in particular regional actors, especially going back to African cases, Sierra Leone, Rwanda, and others. So we can see that regional states, regional actors had quite a significant role in the collapse of regimes in those countries.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Templeman.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you for that discussion on specialised conflict and fragility expertise, because I think it's language that was certainly new to me at the start of this inquiry. In terms of going more specifically into some of the comments that you've made already, there's been quite a bit of discussion and in your submissions about Papua New Guinea. I was there a few weeks ago looking at Australia's aid projects. So I'm very interested in going a bit deeper into your analysis of the effectiveness of what we're doing there. I don't mind who starts this conversation, but I'd just like to go a little bit deeper than what you've been able to share with us so far today. The effectiveness, and if there are examples that would help illustrate that for us, that would be terrific.
So, Terence here. I might leap in to start. You can find real examples of aid success. There's always a slight risk when you visit and your visit has been guided by DFAT, that they will try and show you the success stories and talk up successes, and I'm not blaming them for that. That's a fairly human tendency. However, from an independent perspective, I can find examples of successes. I think the tuberculosis work, for example, has worked pretty well. Australian Aid is also funding small-scale solar, which is working pretty well. There are other small tangible projects such as building marketplaces. So if you were to travel around independently of DFAT or your DFAT guides, you would find examples of small aid projects or aid projects here working pretty well. I think you'd also find projects that have failed pretty significantly. The electrification project, for example, that Australia is in working with New Zealand, Japan, and the United States has really underdelivered. So there are a range of examples from around the country. But yeah, there's some examples for you. Above and beyond that, though, it's always probability, right? And I think if you had more aid expertise here, you would increase the probability that things would go well. You would never guarantee that any individual project would succeed, but you'd up the probability or the likelihood of success.
And for the record, I should just say I was there with Save the Children. We obviously engaged with DFAT, funded by the Bill Gates Foundation. So part of the Save the Children leadership dialogue program that they run. Just for the record.
Yeah, that's good, and that is a really good undertaking. Once again, it'll be skewed towards success, but the successes that they would have showed you would have been genuine successes, definitely.
I'd also add just briefly that, I mean, I think part of the issue around success versus unsuccessful projects often it comes sometimes down to designing kind of overly complex or overly ambitious projects and trying to deliver them in fragile countries where institutions are weak is often one of the causes. So, sometimes you can come across these designs for projects and the intentions are all very good, but you kind of, you wade through these big design documents and, there's incredible complexity. And, I've seen examples of projects, that we're delivering in PNG or Solomon Islands, which I think we would struggle to deliver in Australia, in terms of their just the amount of objectives that are kind of heaped on to these programs. And so even in a country where you have, kind of strong institutions, good governance, I think you'd struggle to deliver some of these. So I think sometimes it's a function of the complexity of these designs. And I think, again, it gets back to Nima and Terence's point about realism, being realistic in these countries, given the institutions that are there.
I just can't resist leaping in one more time on success, which is, I've said there are 8 successes here in Papua New Guinea, and often I think it's sadly the case that DFAT staff are too busy here and there isn't an institutionalised sort of system of learning. And sadly, that means that often Australia isn't systematically learning from its successes here in Papua New Guinea and learning lessons that can then be applied to other projects. And so that's a sort of unfortunate absence, I think.
And thank you. And can I ask, just in terms of how effectively you feel the projects are being measured, that just any comment on that. But the other bit is really saying how realistically are we in exploring this idea of conflict prevention and resolution, or should that be the underpinning thing that supports communities to be able to then build the sorts of community that they're wanting to?
Nima, so I would like to add on that. That's a really good question, because when it comes to conflict prevention, we can't measure it because we are preventing something which did not happen, and it's a difficult task to measure it. So that will be very challenging. And second, coming to, again, back to success, so what we also refer to resilience and fragility, especially coming to the cases of difficult places. For example, it differs from one place to another place, even within the same country or same country. For example, in PNG, there is a community resilience, but we have state fragility at the national level. Or in countries such as Afghanistan, we had resilience across different few government institutions, such as Ministry of Finance, but fragility with another one. So fragility and resilience can coexist. Or coming to the case of Lebanon before the war, so the private sector existed resilience and helped to prevent the collapse. And coming to a few other cases as well. So that's why one of the important issues in case of dealing with conflict prevention is how can we build on teachable moments? So you call that success. If something works well, how can we build up on that? But one of the lessons learned from a number of case studies I have been dealing with is that we often fail to learn from the teachable moments and build on success. And that comes to a number of issues, especially institutional memory. Terence rightly mentioned that often, experts are changing, colleagues working in the field are changing because these places are quite complex. It's not easy to get to know it or appreciate it in, let's say, the matter of few months. And also coming to capacity, the capacity is not only the local capacity, local institutions capacity or the partner, the recipient capacity, it's also the donor's capacity. Often donor agencies are lacking capacity to deal with especially complex issues. But coming back, it's really important if we can have a mechanism to engage in appreciating what does work and what does it not work, and what we can do and what we cannot do. I think that can add lots of value in the process.
Thank you. Would anyone else just like to add anything to that?
I would just point, I guess, in my submission, I referenced, the former AusAid did have there have been several iterations of peace, conflict and development policies within the Australian government. The Howard government had one, the Gillard government had one in 2012. And I guess the 2012 one had a pretty good kind of summary of lessons, I think, which is still important. And I've listed 4 there. I won't go through them, but I guess, the big one was, obviously development assistance alone is not going to solve fragility and violent conflict, but it can play an important role in supporting, local actors and local champions who are working on these issues. So I think, whether as Nimat said, it's very hard to measure the prevention of something. And again, it gets back to the realism issue. Where there's local actors and local communities working on these issues, coming in behind them is our best chance of success, basically. Working with the grain, and that may be at different scales, may be very local, and it could be kind of in a province, or it could even be national.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Templeman. We're approaching time, but can I just finish with one question to all of you in your position as academics, and just ask, how effective is the transfer of research? How effective is the transfer of academic research in this conflict prevention space to policy and programming in the field of conflict prevention within the Australian system? How is research and data being used by the Australian government to understand conflict risks, and is there a better way of integrating research occurring outside of government into the policy and programming of the Australian government in this space?
I'll go first quickly. Thank you, Chair. Cameron here. Look, I think it's hard for us to see the full scope within DFAT of how different pieces of evidence are being used. It's hard sometimes as an outsider. But I would go back to the point I made earlier, I guess, that, I think it does sometimes work best at a country level where you have that kind of day-to-day interaction almost. It's I think, easier than in Canberra. And secondly, as I said before, I think it's used best. The best examples of it that I've seen is where the research is kind of used by local champions or local reformers or whatever. And that, as I said, we're not, as donors, we're often not in those rooms, cabinet rooms or meetings of local chiefs or whatever. But research is used best when the uptake is not necessarily by the donor, but by those local actors. And the donor can certainly facilitate that, but it's not always the donor that's decisive.
We have a number of good examples, especially our colleagues have been working on Papua New Guinea through the Central Bank of Papua New Guinea, of translating research into impact. And also, this is really a good question that we need to look at in the future in terms of the translation of research or findings into impact. And also, I would like to mention and also suggest that it's really important to continue this conversation. So the one which is sorted on conflict prevention, how Australian aid can help that. I hope that it continue in different format, and it's really important both for Australia and for those countries we are dealing with.
Terence here. So I would just say it's mixed, right? You can definitely find examples of people within DFAT using evidence and research very well. You can also find instances where it hasn't worked so well. I think you're going to optimise the opportunity to draw on research if, to sort of repeat myself, you have an entity tasked with learning about country context and about delivering aid effectively in that context. That's the sort of set of circumstances that will optimise research undertaking and research learnings.
And just to summarise your institutional recommendations, I suppose you're arguing for a non-mainstreamed approach to conflict sensitivity analysis and a localised prioritisation and strategic focus. Is that a fair summary of the evidence from this hearing? Okay, for that, the hands I can record, we're seeing nodding on the video. All right. Thank you all for your evidence today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by close of business Friday, 5 June 2026. Please note that responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. Any members who would like to provide additional questions on notice for witnesses, please provide them to the Secretariat by close of business on Monday, 11 May 2026. Witnesses will be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have an opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. Thank you all for your appearance here today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, you're muted.
Try again. I now welcome representatives from the United Nations Development Programme to give evidence today. For the Hansard record, would you please state your name and the capacity in which you are appearing before the committee?
Yes, my pleasure. My name is Susan Brown. I'm appearing for the United Nations Development Programme. I am a United Nations Assistant Secretary General, Assistant Administrator of the Programme, and the Director for the Bureau of External Relations and Advocacy. May I turn to my three colleagues to introduce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Chair. My name is Beate Trenkmann. I'm the Deputy Regional Director for UNDP in Asia Pacific and the Director of our regional hub here in Bangkok, joining you from Bangkok with my colleagues.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Violet Bafor. I'm the Head of the Country Office Support and Quality Assurance for United Nations Development Programme, Regional Bureau for Asia and the Pacific.
Good morning, Chair. My name is Rebecca Reynolds. I'm with UNDP's Crisis Bureau. I'm the Regional Advisor on Recovery and Peacebuilding.
Thank you. Although the subcommittee does not require you to give evidence under oath, I should advise you that this hearing is a legal proceeding of the Parliament, and the giving of false or misleading evidence is a serious matter and may be regarded as a contempt of Parliament. The evidence given today will be recorded by Hansard and attracts parliamentary privilege. Witnesses giving evidence from overseas should be aware that whilst they are entitled to the protections of parliamentary privilege in Australia, with respect to the evidence that they give, these protections may not extend to another country. I now invite you to make a brief opening statement before we proceed to questions. To assist with the transcription of the public hearing, it would be appreciated if you could please state your name before making your opening statement and when responding to a question.
Thank you, Susan Brown. I would also like to read a disclaimer which covers myself and my three colleagues. Please, committee, note that the information provided in this briefing is offered voluntarily and should not be understood as a waiver, express or implied, of the privileges and immunities of the United Nations and its officials under the 1946 Convention on the Privileges and Immunities of the United Nations. I'll begin my statement. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation to appear before you today on behalf of the UN Development Programme. The UNDP is the UN's global development network. We're active in 170 countries and territories. We work with governments, including the Australian government, civil society and the private sector to reduce poverty, strengthen governance, build resilience and prevent conflict. Australia's been a long-standing partner of the United Nations, both in the Pacific region, the wider Asia-Pacific region, and around the world. And Australia supports UNDP programs that address the root causes of instability across the Asia-Pacific and globally. Conflict prevention and resilience building are central to our mandate. Through programs that strengthen institutions and empower communities, promote human security, we contribute both to immediate stability and to long-term peace. The Asia-Pacific region is entering a period of heightened uncertainty, and this is marked by an increasingly interconnected risk landscape. This is characterised by climate shocks, economic volatility, digital disruption, governance fragility, and geopolitical tensions. And these are no longer discrete and individual challenges. They interact, they compound, and they reinforce one another. Across the Asia-Pacific, we'd like the committee to know that the most consequential threats to stability are fundamentally developmental. It's rising inequality, it's the lack of economic opportunity, it's weakening trust in institutions. And left unaddressed, we see these drivers generate grievances, they erode the legitimacy, and they increase likelihood of instability and conflict. The case for development as the first line of defence is clear. We've got recent analysis by the IMF, which finds every dollar invested in development and conflict prevention saves $103 in future crisis-related costs, from military operations to humanitarian responses to the effects of economic disruption. UNDP's global presence, our neutrality and our operational reach in politically sensitive and hard-to-access contexts provide Australia with a trusted platform to advance stability, resilience and inclusive governance. We very much welcome the committee's interest in this inquiry and we stand ready to respond to your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for appearing before the committee today. I actually want to drill down into one of the specific examples in your submission. I thought it was quite a compelling case study about Australia's support through the Ballot Project, a joint initiative with UNDP, UN Women and UNESCO to strengthen Bangladesh's election commission ahead of the February 26 national elections. And this, I understand from the submission, Australian government-funded program focused on Bangladesh's electoral management, civic and voter information and inclusion of women, minorities, people with disability, first-time voters. And at this election, voter turnout in the polls was just over 70%. I've heard from my community and my electorate that for many Bangladeshis, this election was their first opportunity to participate in an election free from violence and intimidation. Given Bangladesh's history of violence in the lead up to elections and the tumultuous events of 2024, it was quite remarkable, I think, that the election proceeded so peacefully and so smoothly. I'm interested in more information about how this project prioritised resources and integrated with local communities in order for it to have such a positive, conflict prevention effective outcome. I'm interested in how the process was to successfully execute this program. How did agencies monitor and assess dynamics on the ground in order to deliver it? And as a donor country, was Australia's funding system flexible and responsive to the changing needs needed for this program?
Thank you. Susan Brown again. UNDP works on governance and electoral matters across the world. In fact, in the last few years, we've helped 700 million people vote. That's probably in the last 3 or 4 years. I actually think it's closer to 800 million now. I believe we're the biggest buyer of voting ink in the world, as well as setting up the systems and working with communities to have peaceful votes. I would like to turn to my colleague. I believe Rebecca Reynolds could be the right one, or Beata, is it? Beata.
Violet will take it.
Violet,
Yes,
okay. Please let me turn to Violet to go drill down into the specifics of your question.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Susan. I'll drill down as much as I can. We may need to provide some details, further details in writing to answer your questions around specific processes. So specifically on the ballot project, what we did was actually leverage existing work that we had done before, right? So we had a huge future initiative with youth. We had significant work in the Chittagong Hill tracts, working with local communities. We had already started working with the transition, with the interim government, and that's using that term very, very loosely. And we'd worked with them in prioritizing areas, conducting consultations that needed to happen. So we're actually able to bring all of this together in identifying what were the priority constituencies that we needed to address in terms of youth, women. We had a credibility factor that we could leverage to continue engaging and design interventions both on civic education, with voter education, and mobilizing communities and community leaders to be able to deliver. Now, in all of this, I have to say the other element that has helped us is through our governance work in different, and you've got to understand when you look at Bangladesh pre the elections, governance work had to be mainstreamed through other areas, right? So the governance components in livelihood and in economic governance and in economic governance, in environmental work. So bringing all of that together to make sure that we had transparent systems helped us. There was also another element that helped us to ensure that the electoral process was accepted by all, and that there was a strong confidence in the process. And that was the village court systems that we had established before that we were running. That was the work that we were doing with the judiciary, even at national level, that created a system of transparency and accountability that actually the voters could, or the population could buy into. So this is to say that we had all these elements that we brought into designing the ballot project. And I hope I'm not going over time. I do get to get a little bit passionate about this piece of work.
We are particularly interested in this part of the world in Australia. Feel free.
Excellent, thank you. So we did use all of these different elements to design the ballot project. The ballot project had also, in addition to the civic education, had an element relating to strengthening the national elections management body in terms of their systems and the processes, including consultations with different constituencies. So this has really been a whole of government, a whole of UNDP, and UNDP Bangladesh approach in terms of leveraging all our work in designing the program and implementing it. If there are additional details that you require, we'd be happy to provide that. Thank you.
Chair, maybe if I may just to add one sentence, because what it's Beate Trankman again. What my colleague is describing is very much the standard modus operandi that we have as UNDP at country level. Our strength is a very long-term trusted presence. And when we see political pieces of the equation moving, because we have been in country in most cases for half a century, sometimes 60 years, we are able to leverage these relations that we've built across all levels, not only government, but also communities, civil society, NGOs, to react to evolving situations. So we're actually very well positioned as UNDP to navigate these political landscapes and then to provide partners like Australia with these platforms that we have for access, for leverage, and for information. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, this is one of a number of case studies that you included in your submission of examples where Australia's worked in partnership with UNDP. Can I ask how your engagement with Australian government agencies in conflict prevention compares with your engagement with other governments? And are there any areas that we can strengthen to improve delivery or outcomes?
Thank you, Chair. I'll give a broader answer and then I might turn to my colleagues for more specifics in the region. We work on conflict prevention all over the world, and it's characterised in different ways and in different circumstances, depending on if we're in an area where there's protracted conflict or new conflict, whether we're working to stabilise a community. So for something like we may come in and work on debris removal, infrastructure, connecting water and energy, those sorts of things, getting markets going so that there's food, trying to take these emergency actions that help stabilise and settle down a community. We work with, we've probably got about 20 top donors and they're interested in different areas. So, for example, the Nordics, huge interest in Ukraine, and so their particular areas of interest will be around energy, around working on mental health with people who've been on the front lines and are coming back into their communities, around working in different villages in the oblasts that are facing different circumstances. So we have different relationships with different governments. With Qatar and Saudi Arabia, we're working in Syria at the moment to rebuild the public service, not unlike some of the work we're doing in Bangladesh for rebuilding the public service. We also work on things, governments will fund different things, like a program called Tax Inspectors Without Borders, which is a fascinating program where we're actually helping countries set up tax systems so they are bringing in revenue which can then be used to provide social protections. And those sorts of things help stabilise situations and provide more of a hopeful future as well. So I think my general answer to the question is Australia is a great partner, and then we work with the donors on areas, geographic areas or sectoral areas of specific interest, and then localise the programs around our shared interest areas. For more in that sort of Asia-Pacific zone, I'll turn to my colleagues now.
Thank you, Susan, and thank you, Chair. So maybe what I would add by way of general remarks is that we actually see Australia's integrated model to conflict prevention, which focuses on upstream resilience and inclusive governance across the Indo-Pacific. We see that very much aligning with our model that Susan was speaking to, which looks at these mutually reinforcing pillars of strengthening institutions of governance for accountability and to manage stress, empowering communities to resolve disputes peacefully, and addressing external shocks like climate, like digital misinformation that can accelerate instability. And I think from that perspective, we very much see Australia as one of our key partners, in particular in the Indo-Pacific, where I think your investments are really contributing to reducing the structural drivers of conflict and enabling early prevention and preventative action amidst growing geopolitical tensions also. So there's a number of examples I think in Fiji in particular, that Rebecca can speak to. So perhaps I hand over to Rebecca on the concrete examples.
Thanks so much. So Rebecca Reynolds. A couple of ways in which we're working to address those, structural drivers of conflict with the support of the Australian government. One example is in the highlands of Papua New Guinea, where we're looking at the incredible violence that happens there from a different perspective. So rather than, a lot of the responses are quite often military and reactive, we have a joint UN program. I believe that Australia has provided $10 million to that joint program, where we're addressing two things that are really important for kind of addressing the causes. One is on livelihoods, because the theory is that if people have a job or an economic asset that they care about, then they're willing to work to protect that. And so that's providing people with alternative livelihoods in agriculture, market access to markets, particularly for youth and the people who are most at risk of falling into violence. So that's one area. The other area is working with local communities on conflict prevention. And so that's setting up mediator teams. You will have seen reference to this in the submission. Mediator teams that are mainly led by women and youth, as they are often the ones affected by or driving the conflict. So that's one example. An example from the Pacific, where I would say there are two parts to it. One is on climate security, and so that's recognising that climate change is having already an enormous impact on communities in the Pacific, and those things like shortage of fresh water or arable land are potential for driving conflict. So there's the Australian-supported Tuvalu Adaptation Project, which is working with communities to see how they can share and work with those limited resources, which in effect is avoiding those conflicts in the future of people arguing over those resources. And then complementing that is a Melanesian Youth Conflict Prevention Network, where we recognise that young people can often work with the traditional mechanisms, looking at looking at the modern world. So using digital tools, understanding what some of the problems are in the communities, and using those networks as well to foresee potential areas of violence and combating those. So they're three good examples of how we're working in the Pacific, particularly with the support of Australia. Thanks.
Thank you.
Could
just
I
ask
add?
one? Oh, please.
Sorry, Susan Brown here. I was just wondering, sort of a question for my colleagues. Do we use the I vote mechanism in the region, which is a specific tool we have for countering misinformation, particularly in the lead up to elections?
Yeah, it's actually iVerify. And it's an excellent tool. I believe that we used it in the Fiji and the Solomon Islands with Australian support, but also in Pakistan. And so essentially that's where we have a team of journalists, civil society, UN staff monitoring the media, monitoring social media and debunking stories, rumours before they get out of control and cause, communal tensions or electoral violence. Thanks for bringing that up, Susan.
Thank you. I'll just ask one more question before I hand over to the Deputy Chair to ask questions. But your submission describes Australia as playing a key role in mobilising other donors. Ask what makes Australia well suited to this role in conflict prevention in the region, and how could our impact be expanded in this respect?
When Australia often works together with New Zealand, Canada, and some of the US. The US is sort of slightly in a different situation at the moment. Sorry, I should say Susan Brown talking again. So Australia does work together with other donors in the region, but also more generally, Australia is a very active donor enthusiast with UNDP. And so I know that from the global level, they're really engaged. They're always there at our board meetings, whether they're on the board or as an observer. They're engaged in all of the issues. They're very engaged in the discussions of our forward program and the areas that we'll work on. There are particular topics of interest to Australia, like climate change, like gender, and certainly stability and economic growth in the Pacific region. So I'll turn to my colleagues here for specific kind of relationships more at the regional level.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, Violet Bafor. Just needed to coordinate internally. A few things, a few examples that come to mind in terms of bridge funding and being able to leverage Australia's development assistance. I would say the one that comes to my mind would be the Tuvalu Coastal Adaptation Project. And we all know this is existential for Tuvalu. We saw resources suddenly drop last year with the withdrawal of one of the other funding partners. And I have to say, had it not been for Australia's resources, we would not have been able to support that project and complete the work that needed to be done in coastal reclamation. And so that for me is the example that sticks in my mind. The other example would be Laos, where we saw as part of the parliamentary strengthening work, Australia's resources being key in bringing other development partners to the table, where we saw suddenly, again, partners falling apart falling to the side in the current geopolitical context. So those are the two examples that come to my mind that I want to share. I'll ask my colleagues if we have others now, or we may come back to you with a note on that if you require additional information. Thank you.
Rebecca Reynolds, I would just jump in and add that the project that I described for Papua New Guinea, the joint program in the Highlands, which is supporting multiple UN agencies, Australia and New Zealand have come in, and that I think that showing that level of support, because Australia and New Zealand are such important donors in the PNG, in PNG, that's opening up doors with other donors. And then another example perhaps is the Prospero project in Bangsamoro, which Australia has been a long supporter of, I think even since 2018, which is stabilisation work in the Philippines, which I can go into more detail. But because of that long-standing support by Australia, that has attracted other donors to come in and support it. It's been long-standing and successful support. Thanks.
Susan Brown here. I could also add that Australia provides support not just at the bilateral project level or globally to UNDP as part of our core funding, but Australia also provides support for major vertical funds on Fund, Gavi vaccine funds, the Global Climate Fund and the Biodiversity Fund. And all of these are also used for joint and very specific projects.
Thank you. Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. I've got a few questions. So the first question, is it an explicit goal of the UNDP or a principle that aid policy should serve both the humanitarian objectives of, I guess, donor countries, but also the national interests of democratic donor countries? And if so, how does the UNDP ensure that its activities align with the strategic interests and security priorities of donors such as Australia?
Thank you. And I believe you're a Queenslander, are you?
I am, yes, on the Gold Coast.
Yes, well, you're talking to two Queenslanders here because both Rebecca and I are from Townsville. So
that's fantastic.
So I was pleased to see we had a Queenslander. Okay, so yes, we do work.
I just say you've also got David Batt, who's also a Queenslander as well.
Oh, this is excellent. Go for Maroon. All right. So, yes, we do work with donors, particularly those with very shared values. So, the UN has shared values around the human rights, sustainable development goals. There's a whole bunch of values and common objectives that we share with many of our donor countries. So yes, donor countries do talk, and they're very clear about their government policies and talking with us about where we have shared interests. When we do a 4-year strategic plan. And our strategic plan just went through in August last year. We did sort of, I think, 2,000 consultations with that, and we came up with a strategic plan with 4 big focus areas. One of them is crisis, one is on governance, one is on climate and nature, and one is around prosperity and poverty. So when we consult on that, then governments tell us what their interests are, their domestic and their strategic interests. So we sort of bring it all together that way. But I mean, I talk with donor countries every week. I'm meeting with ambassadors, ministers, representatives of governments, and we talk about areas where they have very specific interests, either in sectors or in geographies, and we talk about where we can work together. And that comes to us in the form of core funding, which is fully flexible funding, where governments provide an amount to keep the machinery going and the accountability pieces going each year, but then also in earmarked funding. So probably about 90% or more, 95% of our funding comes in very specifically earmarked funding from donors who say they would like to work on these particular projects with these particular objectives. And then we work in program countries to brew something up and work on that.
And just on that earmarked funding and the 90% to 10%, is that representative of the Australian contribution as well, then 90% earmarked to 10%?
It would probably be, I'm just got to think back.
Just roughly.
Yeah, Australia normally provides about 13 million a year in core funding, and I would guess at about the 40 to 50. I'd have to check in, but
That's fine.
million
Just a
in
rough, okay.
but yes. So
and
we usually have a 4-year agreement with the Australian government, so it's a multi-year agreement.
And the other part of my question is, so how does the UNDP manage the influence of authoritarian states within the UN system, particularly when those states are seeking to shape development priorities for geopolitical purposes? So, the classic example has the UNDP assessed whether Chinese state-backed financing and infrastructure projects, especially in our region in the Pacific, whether they have increased debt vulnerability or strategic dependence or things like that.
I'd have to take that one on notice, whether we've actually made any sort of study or taken into account any sort of study that would link infrastructure to debt vulnerability. For China gives very little in terms of funding, core funding to UNDP. It's about $4 million a year, and that's fully flexible. So that goes into our program and it goes into the big pot. We are fortunate to have at the table a China expert, because Beata has just finished being our UNDP representative in China. So I'll turn to her in a minute for a more specific example on that. But we are United Nations civil servants. We work with all member states, and our executive board, which is 36 member states, get to shape our strategic plan and what we do, and they hold us accountable to that. I've personally never had China come and sit in my office and sit across me and say, you will work on this and you will do that in my time managing the donor funds for UNDP. But I shall turn to Beata, and she can give a much more information specifically on the relationship.
Yes, no, thank you, Susan and Beate here. And I'm indeed coming off, which was my second China assignment, this time 6 years in China as resident representative. And I think for us as UNDP, as Susan was saying, our North Pole, North Star rather, is the SDGs and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. And so that is also what drives our engagement with China as UNDP, both within a country where we're still running a country program. China is an upper MIC, looking at at these critical transformations within China towards low carbon, inclusive, sustainable development in line with the SDGs, but also engaging with China on its South-South cooperation, where it's actually becoming, as you know, an increasingly important player. And as Susan was saying, there are a small core contributor, 3.45 million a year, but they are supporting South-South cooperation through UNDP, and that is growing in volume. So in terms of earmarked funding, last year that was about 20 million. And the way that is programmed is completely in line with the SDGs, driven by demand from the South-South partner countries in line with their strategic development, national priority and priorities and national development plans. So we are basically there matching the demand that we're getting from South-South constituencies with the supply of funding that is coming from China. And I'd actually like to believe that we have been, in particular, for China, being able to influence the way China engages on international development cooperation to drive it towards the SDGs. For the longest time, China's cooperation was SDG blind, and as you rightly said, there are these cases of debt default and some of the early Belt and Road Initiative investments. But I think China over time, also because of in particular UNDP advocacy, has become much more conscious of the safeguards that need to be programmed into its international engagements. And we saw that pivoting very clearly with the guidelines they issued in 2021 on monitoring and evaluation and their South-South cooperation engagements, which very much speak to the sort of classical parameters that we as a sustainable development agencies would want to see in these type of engagements. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you very much. I don't think I've got any further questions, Chair, so over to you.
Thank you, Deputy. Can I think, wrap up our conversation with a big picture question? And that's that, given the significant reduction in US development assistance funding, how the reduced capacity of multilateral institutions, including multiple UN bodies, affect the UN's international development program, particularly in the Indo-Pacific region? What is the new reality confronting the multilateral system now? Can you share reflections that UN bodies have been having about their roles and delivery practices, and about the future of these multilateral bodies, and what role Australia can play in this new reality?
Thank you, Chair. Susan Brown here. It was quite a shock. For us, UNDP's budget is about $5 billion a year. Of that, around 580 million at the beginning of last year was core funding. So the US, when they cut funding, and there were two issues there. One was the cut for funding, and the other was the way it was done. Both issues became a problem for us because it was overnight. Over a period of 48 hours, we had letters going to all of our offices saying cease work on any US-funded projects. So a pause came in. So that for us, it affected $83 million of core, which went and didn't come back. It was around 15% of our core, and probably around $230 million in project funding. And so the initial period was a scramble because we had to try to keep projects going where we had procurement contracts, where we were working with governments or civil society organisations. We had, long-term, sometimes we were in the middle of a 2 or 3 year project and a large portion of the funding went. It affected the UN in a few different ways, depending on how the UN is funded. So for the UN Secretariat, it gets assessed contributions, and it became a liquidity crisis. And other donors also were pulling out at the time because of conflict in Ukraine primarily, and also some other areas of need. For us, we're all voluntary contributions. In fact, developing countries put about a quarter of our budget. So they're about $1.5 billion or $1.25 billion comes from developing countries paying for their own development. And that is actually increasing. And that's something that we actively work on to have more domestic resource mobilisation. But nevertheless, it did, in the end, it was probably around somewhere between 8 and 15% last year that came out of our budget. We managed it because we forward plan a budget, and we don't spend ahead of budget, if you see what I mean. So we weren't relying on an assessed contribution coming in. We were able to manage it. We had some cuts overall in the year. What made it more difficult was European donors also cutting funding. So Sweden, for example, reduced funding because of Ukraine. UK reduced funding. Canada reduced a bit. France, Italy, Australia reduced a bit last year because they were trying to fill in the gaps left in the Pacific. So it has made it hard for us, and ironically, at a time when there has been more need. So we've had Gaza, Syria, Lebanon, we've got the situation in the Horn of Africa. So a lot of crisis need coming in, but also a lot more countries wanting to develop further and faster in all areas of the Sustainable Development Goals. I mean, we do work with other UN organisations all the time at country level in different constellations. It's been quite difficult for some of them, particularly the ones that deal with gender issues. So UN Women, UN Fund for Population, World Food Programme, OCHA on the humanitarian side, they all faced quite desperate situations. Now we're kind of getting used to it. It's the new norm. And so we're programming in ways to look for efficiencies in our own organisations. We all had to do staff cuts. We all had to do quite a lot of budget tightening. For UNDP going forward, what we're looking for is to really focus on the intersection areas where we can get outcomes that range across a few things. So we won't just work on an energy project for an energy outcome. We'll also work for an outcome for women and children, for emergency shelter, for job growth, for technical training, capacity training, and so on. So we try to find as many of these integrated outcomes as we can. We're also looking to say, well, what can we do to get different sources of funding in? And we're going to have a lot more focus on private sector. At the moment, our relationship with private sector is largely about procurement. In fact, we actually procure more from Australia than we get in core funding. So we're quite a good spend for you. But procurement is one relationship with private sector. However, enabling private sector to come in and find investable markets and then work on the enabling conditions for those investable markets is a way to get economic growth. So we're working in a much more intentional way on this. And donor governments are also seeing this. They have less funds in their budget for aid. So they're also, you've got the Europeans talking about Global Gateway. We heard about China Belt and Road Initiative before. The US have just launched something called Trade Over Aid. And all of these programs are meant to help get the private sector or incentivize the private sector to come in and work in different areas. Now, the areas that it'll be around critical minerals, infrastructure, communications, health. These are some of sort of the agriculture. These are sort of the typical areas, the fintech that we'll see coming in. But I met with the US Chamber of Commerce or in business investment people just today on these sorts of things. So there's going to be much more private sector interest. That's going to be okay for the mixed countries. Where it's going to be an issue is the protracted conflict ones, the very small economies, and the Pacific. That's where it's going to be much hard. It's not going to be as easy to find those big private sector investments to come in.
Thank you. We're now at time, so I need to wrap up the hearing. But
Can I just get in one sentence for you, which may be of interest, because I think, as Susan was saying, we're managing just about. And I think on the earmarked side of funding, we have been able to plug some of the gaps that US withdrawal cause, including the example of the Tuvalu adaptation program where Australia stepped in. UNDP's general policy is to protect our footprint at country level and to protect global presence, because that is our strongest calling card, the ability to work with governments bottom up on protracted security and development challenges, and then bring partners like Australia in. But that, I think, commitment to protect global presence with continuously falling voluntary contributions is becoming increasingly vulnerable and under threat. And in the Asia-Pacific region, we had to actually cut already 4 deputy resident representative positions, one of which was in the Pacific. And we made a conscious effort to protect as much as we can in the Pacific. And here is the plea for Australia to perhaps also look, and I know there have been discussions, at supporting us with presence in the Pacific, so that we can protect that footprint and work with you on these very important development security nexus agendas that we were discussing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your time today. If you've been asked to provide any additional information, including questions on notice, please forward it to the Secretariat by close of business 5 June 2026. Please note that any responses to questions on notice will be published on the website as submissions to the inquiry. Any members of the committee that would like to provide additional questions on notice for witnesses, please provide them to the Secretariat by close of business on Monday, 11 May 2026. You'll be sent a copy of the transcript of your evidence to assist with answering questions taken on notice today, and you'll have the opportunity to request corrections to any transcription errors. I would like to thank committee members and witnesses for their time today, and I now declare this public hearing closed.